Alright, looks like it's working. Cool. Well, today's going to be pretty freeform. I don't really have anything set in stone that I want to do, but I just kind of want to do various endgame activities. I'm going to close some of these tabs that I have open because I think it's slowing my game down a little bit. There we go. Fortunately, I need like basically every single bit of space that I have available to actually run New World properly. And alright, cool. So for now, I think I finished doing all of my profession stuff. What else was I gonna do? I think that was it. Oh yeah, I was gonna see what I could cook. So I've been trying to level this. I need to level dexterity foods a little bit. Let's see here. I can make 7 of these things. Interesting. So I guess I would need, in that case, 7 poultry, which I could just probably buy for super cheap off the trading post. Oh, this is expensive. Fuck it, whatever. Alright, make 7 of these. Got a bonus. Cool. And I'll save the rest of my materials. I need to start making stat food now that I've actually gone a bit further. Hello, Rasmus. Good to see you. Just setting things up, doing a bit of crafting. Can probably put away my encumbrance potion for now. I'll put this on 6 and then normal food where it usually is. And I think that's about everything that I wanted to do for now. So the question is, where do I go next? I honestly don't know. I can honestly do anything. Within reason, because I am kind of capped out on Azoth a little bit. Fuck it, you know what? I'm gonna go to Brightwood. I think I'm gonna head to Eden Grove, and I don't want to fast travel all the way there, because that's gonna completely wipe me out on Azoth. Just used a shit ton for crafting. But I think Brightwood is cheap since we control it, and then I can just run and do quests on my way. That'll be a nice compromise, I think. Alright. Apparently I have 1 quest to hand in. Yeah, town board stuff. At this point, I only do town board if it's like kill X mobs, or you know, if there's something so cheap that I actually gain money by turning it in. Which is usually only the case if it's like feathers or fish fillet or something like that. Lumber supply cart. Alright. Let's see. Should probably store this in Brightwood. Complete all missions. I'll pick that up. I'll probably eventually have something like that. I can get elk and impaling iron armaments. This is really good just for leveling up weaponsmithing, so I usually grab every single one of those I can. And let's see what we have here. I'll just store this. Not gonna need it anytime soon. And then, so, what is the tax rate on Brightwood? Have they lowered it yet? Taxes. Okay, they actually finally reduced the tax rate. So, For people who were here for one of the other streams, I talked about how when this faction took over Brightwood, they're on my faction too. So when this company within my faction took over Brightwood, they maxed out every single one of the taxes and made it just ridiculously difficult to do anything here. But they finally put it down to a reasonable level, so this should be pretty nice. I think I'm going to sell some of my ammunition here. I found that generally speaking, ammunition sells a little bit better on like far out like places, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe it. Probably just because if somebody is like out in the middle of Brightwood and they can't really return to their crafting hub, they're just gonna want to swing by, grab ammo. And they're willing to pay a bit more because it's convenient for them. And I'll go with 65 for this if it loads. I'm just going to put it on 1 day. I only need to sell, I think, about like 10 of these things to actually have it pay for itself. That shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, this should be fine. And now we can head out this way. So I need to find that painting area there and then over there. And then I'm going to try to solo Papa Bear. So Papa Bear is an elite quest that I've had since level 35. And, you know, anybody who's played New World knows it's notoriously difficult. I don't know if I can solo it even though I'm level 60, because the last time I tried it, I got my teeth kicked in. But being almost double the required level for that quest, I think maybe it'll be possible. Either way, I'm going to give it a shot, see how it goes. I think for the purposes of doing that, I'm actually going to use a ranged weapon. Now, while getting there, I'll equip my sword. I need to start getting experience for my sword. Later on in the stream, I'm going to be doing Dynasty with my friends. But until that point, I need to actually get my sword experience up a little bit. So that is going to be very important. I technically speaking have everything I need with my sword, so if I go... Oh, wrong button. I hate how it like freezes my game momentarily. Yeah, so if I go here, sword and shield, I have all of the basics, right? Like, I can tank with this and be like perfectly fine, but I really want to get leadership, because if you're using sword and shield, especially this build, and you don't have leadership, it's just a less effective version of what sword and shield could be. So I want to get that like over and done with. I think that'll be good to have. Alright. Finding silk is nice. I've been running low on this, so this is going to be good for crafting. And I still need to finish leveling up logging, harvesting, and mining. Okay, so it's in that direction. Then I could probably swing down and grab that. Yeah, why not? At this point, any quest I do is fine, just because I need money. And quests give, honestly, decent gold, even the low-level ones. And these ones are just easier to complete because I already out-leveled them by such a large amount. They still give decent weapon XP, which is good. Okay. Vial of Suspended Azoth, that's pretty good. Yeah, so that gave like 36 straight sword mastery. Not the best thing in the world, but it's honestly fine. A cow. I honestly haven't seen any cows outside of the ones in the town. That's neat. I should grab this first. Alright, up ahead, that is where I need to be doing the quest objective. Might as well do that corrupted portal while I'm in the area, though. Haven't really done a lot of portals. I'm kind of just putting that off a little bit. But I know that's a good way to get gear and stuff at Endgame. Ah, crap. Alright, more silk. Oh, somebody's actively doing it. Hopefully they're not done by the time I grab this silk, because I really do want to get that portal, but I also want this silk, so... Tough decision. Alright. Did they finish? Oh, yeah, looks like they killed it, or are more mobs gonna spawn? I forget how these ones work. Oh no, they finished it. Well, shit. Unfortunate timing, I guess. But I can head over here, grab more silk and the quest objectives, so that's what really matters. Alright. Should be somewhere down there. Awesome. Now I can head back up there, grab that last point. And then after that, it is Papa Bear time. Ooh, gold ore. Not the best thing in the world, but at least it gives me experience, and that's what I mostly care about at this point in time. The music is like so intense. I don't know why the battle music doesn't turn off when I'm outside of combat. Like, it's just way over the top for me just mining gold ore. Alright. The tracker has something being over here. Oh, cool. Light root. And here we go. Final quest objective. Grab this. See if there's any other resources in the area. There's something down there I could probably grab. And there's a bear. I forget what skinning thing bears give. Because right now, for leveling, I mostly need thick hide. So I have like 1,000,000 iron hide, and the lower tier, you know, leatherworking stuff isn't the hardest to get. But it's thick hide specifically that I've had trouble getting. So hopefully these bears give that. Oh, I have the bug where my sword attacks don't do anything. Hopefully this fixes it. Yep, okay, that works. Oh, come on, let me do something, please. I love how every single bear attack staggers. It's so frustrating. Strong health potion is nice, though. Okay, that's just rawhide. Interesting. Figured it would do better than that, but yeah, oh well. Alright. There's another quest in this. Buy none pickup, alright. So I have to check those locations now. At least it's close to where I'm trying to get to, so that works out. Oh, that guy's grabbed the star medal. Yeah, that is going to be tricky to fight, unless I have a reliable way to reduce stagger. I honestly think they need to make it so heavy armor gets staggered significantly less, because there's just kind of no point in running heavy armor for a lot of stuff. Like for dungeons, obviously, just because, you know, it makes you immune to, or gives you a damage reduction, so like a ton of damage that you're going to be taking naturally, but for world content where a lot of damage is avoidable, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Media says, hey, how's Endgame treating you so far? Looks like you're doing the same stuff while leveling. Well, welcome to New World. That is ultimately kind of the way the game works. I'm doing mostly the same stuff, so I am doing quests and stuff like that. But what I'm doing right now is just kind of catching up on some quests that I missed while I head to one of the endgame zones. So I don't want to use all of like my fast travel currency. I'm slowly making my way up here, and I'm going to knock out some of the stuff in this area. But that is the thing. New World is very much just a, you know, the journey is kind of more important than the destination. Honestly, when you get to the destination in New World, which is like endgame with max gear and stuff like that, you have nothing to do. So the leveling is kind of the game, which is something that a lot of people have complained about, but I think that it's one of those things where it depends on how you approach it. So obviously New World has a lot of problems right now, but I've been having fun, you know? I would say that despite the fact that the game clearly isn't finished and has a lot of bugs, I, you know, had an enjoyable experience. Admittedly, I would say I got my $40 worth, but as I mentioned before, I did not actually buy this game. My dad bought it for me. I probably would not have bought it on my own. If I had known like how much fun I would have had with it, it's possible I would have bought it on my own. But either way, I was kind of hesitant because it did look unfinished. So it's entirely possible that, you know, I had just played this game, not enjoyed it a lot, burnt out at level 30, and said, fuck this game. But I have been having a decent amount of fun with it. It's a fun game, which I think is why it's just kind of so depressing to see all of the issues it's having. Because I think the biggest problems with New World aren't necessarily like the gameplay issues. It has some gameplay problems. Like there are issues with like, you know, I just said I hate how you get knocked around constantly. Stagger in this game is kind of fucked. Some weapons aren't perfectly balanced. There are definitely some issues with like perks not working. It's not game breaking, but it is frustrating if you're trying to like min-max an ideal set. But a lot of the biggest issues that New World's facing at the moment are more a problem of just systems, like MMO related things. Like there's server lag, there's issues with client-side authority, there are problems with the trading post, which thankfully that was fixed today. I did end up getting all of the gold that I had lost from that bug, so they weren't kidding when they said that they had a fix for it. I logged in, I had like 2,500 gold more, which is roughly, if I remember correctly, how much I lost from the trading post bug. So presumably it was the exact amount, and I would imagine everybody else got their money back too. But it's bugs like that which don't really ruin your experience playing the game for the most part. I would say the only way it could ruin it is if you're a PvPer. I do feel bad for the people who love PvP in this game because it seems like it could be fun in concept, but the issue is when you have really bad bugs like that, if you exploit it, or if somebody exploits it, right, they're ruining everybody else's experience. But if a bug only affects PvE, and it doesn't like ruin the PvE experience, it's just like you have ways to potentially ruin the PvE experience, then a lot of it comes down to, are you going to exploit that bug and intentionally ruin your own experience? And in that case, it's like, well, you can still have fun. You can do it the intended way and still enjoy it. Obviously, there is an element in game design of you want the most fun method to be the path of least resistance. Somebody shouldn't be able to do some really broken cheese thing and completely break the quest and make it easy. You should have to at least, do it with somewhat of a challenge if that is the intended design method, and it's considered to be the most fun way. So that is a bit of an issue at the moment. But I would guess a good example would be for me, like, Total War Warhammer 3, or 2 at the moment. But in that game, there's a lot of, like, cheese mechanics that you can use to really break the single player. And if you want to, you can play in the hardest difficulty and just break the game in half and turn it into a complete joke. And a lot of people will say, oh, well, that's not fun. I don't enjoy playing the game like this. And they'll say, oh, it's the company, Creative Assembly's fault for not fixing this. They should make this a bug fix. They should make it so this doesn't work in single player. But the reality is, if people are doing that in single player to, like, break the game, then the only thing they're ruining is their own personal experience. So who cares, for the most part, if somebody's able to cheese the game like that in, Total War Warhammer 2. And New World has similar things like that. Yeah, you could play with, like, the most broken weapon and cheese the game, and, like, cheese dungeons and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, sure, if you want to do that, sure, it's good. But if you want to just have fun, there are a lot of ways to play that I would say are reasonably effective. And it might seem weird hearing that argument come from me, because I've been one to say in World of Warcraft for a while that something being underpowered is not an excuse for it to be okay, because in World of Warcraft it's a little bit different. In World of Warcraft you have mythic raids, which are tuned around people having to perform really well. So you bringing an underpowered spec in World of Warcraft means that every single other player in your raid is going to have to work harder. But in New World, for the most part, it's not necessarily, oh, if you bring the worst weapon, you won't be able to clear the content. It's like, it'll just take a little bit longer. So for PvE, I don't really think it's a problem. I think you can still have a ton of fun playing the game. The biggest issue, I would say right now, is PvP, because like I said, that is where there's the possibility that people can heavily exploit it. And if you are using, I can't tell if that's a bug with the skin or if it's meant to glow white like that. Either way. But yeah, if you're exploiting something in New World's PvP, then you are actively ruining the game for another person. So that's where it's problematic. Oh shit. Alright, Gren, come on. Come on. Woo! He's able to reach you really far. Oh shit! Oh no. Okay, that hit. Holy shit, the range on his attacks is insane! Oh no. I'll read that in a second, Medias. Ah! Whew. I'm actually dodging this. That was pretty good. Let me swap to my bow. Oh no. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm alive. Oh, okay, we're good. That hit, damn it. Okay, stamina bar broke. Damn it. Ow. Okay, I do have help from these people, but I genuinely think that if I had been able to do this for long enough, I could have soloed him. Because I am able to actually dodge most of his attacks. Ow. Okay. Ow. Shit. Nice! Oh, that was stressful. Whew! I got a blue fire staff, too. You wish you could dodge on 200 ping? I feel that. Yeah, type an area. Yeah, that guy skinned Gren, that's fine. That was fun. I can forgive new companies making mistakes in the sense of having a buggy game in the first few months. Hope they listen and fix the problems. I agree, and I think one of the reasons why people have so much, like, impatience in regards to Amazon is because it's Amazon. And a lot of them are like, oh, it's Amazon. You know, they're a $1 trillion company. They should have this shit figured out. And on one hand, kind of, but on the other hand, it's not like this is something Amazon has been doing for a very long time. Amazon, oh my god, what is that respawn rate? No, come on, man, I just want to get the star medal. How is that fair? Fucking Gren. Why me? No, get on that guy. Thank you. Fuck. Alright, buddy. Distract him while I mine, please. Honestly, though, that respawn is really, really, really fast. Yeah, it's weird, because some mobs, like, I remember I was doing a quest in Brightwood one time, and there was a mob that took literally, like, 15 minutes to respawn, and then you have this guy who respawned, like, almost immediately. These guys say they need to kill him again. Look, if they want to keep him tanked, I will melt him with my rapier, but I don't really want to kite him again. No, that took a really long time. It's nice that even as a max level, you need to be tactical, trying to kill an elite mob 25 levels lower than you. Yeah, for sure. I do like combat in this game. Some people complain about that aspect of it, but I think it's pretty good. Okay. Okay, they don't have aggro. This guy's dying to Gren's AoE. I could try to help him, but... Come on, Gren. Oh, caught me. I don't want to have aggro. Can this guy... Oh, please, he's not taunting. I don't want to do that again. Yeah, you're waiting for a saber-toothed tiger to spawn and this bear's back in a heartbeat. Exactly. That's like how it works with 90% of New World. The respawn rates are either too long or way too short. And especially, this guy is guarding so much star metal. Like, it's very clear that they want you to be able to, you know, get the star metal after you fight him. Okay, nice. We have time to DPS. Ow. I only wanted to kill this guy once. Come on, motherfucker. Oh, damn it. Why did he stop attacking the moment my riposte went out? That feels rigged. Oh, that guy's so dead. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. I broke Gren's armor. Nice. This time, I am skinning him. I think I earned that. Thank you very much. Alright. Woo! On to Eden Grove. Ooh, there's Wordwood here too. Perfect. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Active combat system in an MMORPG feels kind of weird. There's always this delay that makes it not feel good, like in Elder Scrolls Online. It depends. I would say if you want to see an active combat system done really well, Guild Wars 2 is a good example. Guild Wars 2 is interesting because it's a blend of active combat and, like, you know, hotkey-based skills. Skills that work really well in active combat in Guild Wars 2 work just like they would in New World, but there are some things that, if it doesn't work well or wouldn't translate well, it's hotkey based. Like, actually, one of the things I like about Guild Wars 2 is a lot of the bow skills, or a lot of the gun skills, they don't actually require you to aim. It just hits your target. Now, some people will like that, some people will dislike that, but one thing that you can't argue with is that musket and bow are the least popular weapons in New World. By far. All you need to do is look at Steam stats to figure that out. So, whether or not you think that, you know, bow or musket is good, the fact of the matter is, the vast majority of people don't like bow and musket in New World. Now, I think it's fine. I think the idea of having like a skill-based weapon is okay. But I think that because Guild Wars 2 makes it so a lot of the traditional aim-based weapons will just lock onto your target, means that you capture the general essence of it. Like, you still have to be aiming in the general direction of your target, and like for melee skills, you still need to be facing your target to actually connect with your skills and stuff like that. Melee weapons in Guild Wars 2 feel a lot similar to Guild War or New World weapons, but ranged weapons have much more aim assist in Guild Wars 2, and as a result, everything feels a lot more balanced. Everything feels a lot more viable. So there are strengths and weaknesses to that. I also think that the dodge roll in Guild Wars 2 feels way more responsive than in New World. I wouldn't say it's bad in New World, but it requires you to really plan it out. Like, Guild Wars 2 dodge roll cancels everything. You can cancel literally any animation by dodge rolling, because the idea is, in really, tightly tuned raid bosses, if you need to be able to avoid an attack, you want to actually have the responsiveness to cancel that. And I think a lot of people have argued that in New World it's intentional. It's intentional that dodge rolls need to be planned out carefully, because I think people say it feels like Dark Souls. And that's all well and good, but it does feel frustrating for, I would say, a lot of people, myself included, when you mean to avoid an attack and you hit the key to dodge, and then it just doesn't dodge. So, it's something I'm sure I'll have to get used to, but it feels a lot more intuitive in Guild Wars 2, I will say that much. Exactly, yeah, so Media's just said New World is more like Dark Souls. Yeah, it's, like I said, I'm aware that it's not like it's not like a flaw of the game. I'm aware that it's an intentional design choice. I'm just saying there are strengths and weaknesses to that. So the strength of having dodge rolling work like that is that it's more methodical and you need to carefully plan out your attacks. But the weakness is that for really tightly tuned encounters, it can feel really punishing if you know that you need to dodge, you press the dodge key, and it doesn't work. So, yeah, it's definitely an intentional choice, but it's something that's not going to go well with everybody. Because I can tell you for a fact, I prefer Guild Wars 2's dodge system. I don't think it's bad in New World, I think it's fine. But I did find that to be a lot more intuitive personally, just because I'm not like a big Dark Souls fan in that regard. I'm not like a huge fan of like, oh, you get completely punished if you don't hit the key at the right time. I like really responsive controls where when I press a button, it does that. Like, that is what happens. I like playing a lot of, I mentioned before, like bullet hell shooters and stuff like that, where everything you do, it's like it's on a razor's edge. And the encounters and stuff are built around having a million things coming at you at once. So in those games, you're not dying because, oh, you went to hit dodge and, it didn't work. It's because you have to dodge, perfectly 3 things in a row and then immediately, follow up with an attack. And if you do it properly, you're dead. So that's more about having really high reaction time rather than, methodical planning. That's just my personal enjoyment. I'm not saying one is better or worse, but, different systems are going to appeal to different players. But let me stop and read for a second. Let's see. Could be quite a while, and WoW, with that level difference, you'd have one-shotted it. It depends, right? Because if you look at WoW Classic, for instance, I don't know if you would necessarily have, one-shotted something like that if it was WoW Classic. And this game is definitely, I would say it's much closer to WoW Classic in terms of MMO design. Combat system, I would say, is kind of, people have compared it to Dark Souls. I would compare it most to, Guild Wars 2. I definitely think that a lot of the elements in this combat system were taken from Guild Wars 2, which isn't a bad thing. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, New World copied Guild Wars 2. I think that looking at a game and understanding its strengths and adapting those strengths, into your own game, obviously not directly copying it, which I don't think New World has done, but taking some of the really good parts and saying, all right, we're going to have our combat system be inspired by this, I think that's good. I would say that's just good game design. But I definitely think it was heavily inspired by that. But honestly, when it comes to MMO design, how the overall game feels, you cannot argue that New World was inspired by anything other than, maybe not WoW Classic, but like older, like hardcore MMORPGs. Because it's very, very different than most mainstream MMORPGs out there. Like every single MMO currently, it's way easier to catch up. The leveling in this game takes a long time. I would say the only leveling in an MMO currently that takes longer than New World's. So New World took me, let me check. I think I said it before. It was about like 130 hours to get from 1 to 60. It took me about 200 hours to hit level 70 in Final Fantasy when I first started playing it. So if you combine that with the amount of time it took me to get from 70 to 80 when I played the expansion, which is the current max level, I would say that Final Fantasy probably takes a good 250 hours to hit max level. The difference is Final Fantasy's leveling is 250 hours of really well-designed, really good questing. It's like a story. Basically, it's like a 250-hour single-player RPG, and then after you're done, you have like an entire MMO to explore with your character, and then you can level up alts, you can do professions, etc. So I would say in that way, it's a little bit better, but I don't think it's bad in New World. It's just, it is a lot grindier. It takes a lot longer to just level. When, you know, examples like Guild Wars 2 is a little bit long, but I would say Guild Wars 2 is maybe like a 50-hour 1 to 80 on your first time. And then it's shorter on like your second times. There's a lot of ways to reduce your alt leveling times in Guild Wars 2. World of Warcraft, as we know, it's about 11 hours to max level. So definitely a lot longer. New World is more like Dark Souls. If you played those games, you'll know how it should feel. Yeah, for sure. You meant retail. You stopped playing retail, guild rating died, and that's the only thing that kept you playing WoW. I feel that. My personal mentality is like, my guild dies, I just find a new guild. I know that's not for everybody. Some people are really dedicated to their guild, and they'll, you know, stay with their guild until the end of time. But I have been always bouncing around guilds. Right now, as I've mentioned, my new guild is currently working on Mythic Sylvanas. We're so close to a kill. I was really, really, really hoping we'd kill it this week. We got our best pull. We got her down to, I think it was 54%. And the thing with Sylvanas is it's like, you get her to the very end, and like the last minute of the fight is actually the easiest part of the fight. Because when you get to the point where you lust, it's like you do all these really, really, really hard overlaps, and then you get like about 30 seconds or so where she does absolutely nothing. You lust and you just nuke her. And with our damage, we can get roughly 6% of her HP down in that period of time. And then it's just like, she has a few of the exact same mechanics, and then it's the Enrage. And at the moment, with the way that our damage is looking, because we're like saving all cooldowns for that point, we are well on track to kill her if we survive past that one really hard overlap in Platform 4. And we got through that overlap, and half our raid was dead. So we technically didn't fully get through it, but we're like almost there. We're so close. All we need is for people to not fuck up like that one part, and for everybody to be alive, and it's basically dead. It's so close. It's frustrating, especially because that is a 14-minute pull. Like, getting there and wiping with like basically being 1 minute away from a kill, that's 14 minutes down the drain. So at the point we are now, which is like basically every single pull is at least getting to phase 3, it's 10 minutes per Sylvanas pull, which is just brutal. Because you basically get like 15 attempts at Sylvanas per raid night, which honestly isn't a lot. Played Classic, got to 30 and got bored. For some reason, you bought New World, 15 hours, in 15 hours you're level 22. Enjoying it so far, exploring, gathering, and trade skills. Wonder if the next expansion will also rely on grinding, or if they'll streamline and tell a story. I also think that having a story in New World will fit. New World, the interesting thing is, I definitely think they'll have a story. I'm really hoping that's where they take it. Because New World actually has a story, and it's a damn good story. So I've said this before, but my friends, they have a YouTube channel called Zug and Bug, and they basically go through the lore books in New Worlds and like talk about like the stories behind the zones. They have, I think, only 2 so far, but their ones on Windsward and Everfall are really, really good, and they're currently working on more videos. And they've told me a lot about the story in a lot of these zones, and it's really fucking cool. Like, the lore behind New World is actually sick. It's, in my opinion, one of the best, like, lores that an MMO has had in a very long time. It's frustrating because New World does not tell that story. It leaves it in lore pages throughout the world and expects you to find it. And it's really cool to find those lore pages and read about it and, you know, learn the story. But it doesn't tell it to you. And I think that if they had some, like, really good, well-designed questline that actually, like, explained the lore to you, this game would be so good. People would really, really like it. Like, I'm talking, if they actually fleshed it out, it could compete with Final Fantasy XIV. And that's saying something. But of course, you know, it would take a lot to get there. Because it's not enough to just have a good background, right? Yield while leatherworking. Huh. I mean, I might as well keep this for... If I, you know, am doing leatherworking, I can just equip that. Why not? But yeah, it's not enough to have, like, a good background. It's not enough to have all that. You need to know how to put your characters, put your lore, and all that stuff into a well-developed, like, storyline. And that is what Final Fantasy does so well. New World has part of it. You know, it's not a guarantee that it's going to have a good story, too. But it has a lot of the ingredients for a good story. All they need to do is be able to combine those ingredients into something great. Raid Axe of the Century? Interesting. Thank you for mentioning your friend's channel name again. You mentioned it in a previous stream and you wanted to check them out. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I linked the videos in my Discord. So, if you want to join my Discord, my username is Harldan, #2316. I think I forgot to post my friend's second video in there, but when they posted their Windsward video, I put it in my Discord. It's really good. Like, I cannot recommend it enough. Especially, like, their editing, obviously, it's good, but they're still, like, figuring things out. But in terms of, like, the presentation, like, the narration, and just the research they've been doing, it's really good. So, considering they're only just now starting, I expect it to just get better and better. And I've seen some of the stuff that they, like, can do. I think they're more just playing around with, like, how they want to do the videos, like, long-term. But everybody, obviously, like, you know... has, like, you know, a bit of experimentation in their early YouTube videos. All I can say, though, is the content itself is fantastic. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I think, if anything, it does show that New World has strong potential from a story standpoint. That's what's so frustrating about this game, really. There is a lot of potential here. I would say there are games that people have been excited for that have come out that are, like, you know, kind of flops. I would say Cyberpunk probably falls into this category a little bit, where it did have a lot of potential and they just released it unfinished. But I've seen people compare this to, like, Anthem and Fallout 76. And I'm going to be real here. Like, I saw those games, I looked at them, and maybe it's just me, but I don't think those games were doing anything, like, unique. Yeah. New World is, in many ways, unique. It's not the most unique game in the planet, but it is actually trying to do stuff in MMOs that haven't really been done, at least, well, in a long time. There have been, like, you know, shitty MMOs that have tried to do similar things, but I think there is a lot of potential here. And it has a lot of the other key ingredients, like good, you know, game design and stuff like that in terms of classes, good lore. It's something a lot of MMOs forget to do, World of Warcraft. But it's kind of being let down at the moment by a lot of the bugs. So if they fix all of that, this game could be really good. Like, it has serious potential. They just need to get their shit together and fix all of that stuff. Looking forward to the first dungeon and expeditions. Need to do some MSQ quests? Yeah. The first dungeon isn't the most exciting. Like, Amrine is a pretty standard dungeon. But I do think the Depths is pretty good. I haven't tried Starstone Barrows, I think it's called. And I haven't done the last 3, but I'll be doing one of them on stream today. Dynasty Shipyard. And I do want to try Garden of Genesis and Lazarus Instrumentality eventually. But admittedly, I probably won't get to that for at least another week. What is the lore of New World? Okay, so it has a lot of deep lore. Like, it would take me a very long time to even go over the stuff that I know, and there's a lot of stuff that I know I don't know. There's a lot of lore within this game. If you like want to find it all out, there's this thing, documents. I would say you can find this on the wiki. Every single... Oh, shit. I dropped my coffee cup. Luckily, it was empty, but... yeah, so every single one of these documents tells a story, a completely different story about New World, and there are tons of these things. Like, tons of these documents. Watch you do depths on another stream. The boss encounters look cool. Yeah, they're really good. So the entire, like, backstory of New World is just way too long for me to summarize. The basic gist of New World is your character, you know, washes up in a shipwreck, and your captain, which is Captain Thorpe, he's like the guy in all the box art, the one with like the fancy mask. He found this box, or like I guess bought this box off some dude at like one of the ports you were stationed at, and you don't really know what's inside the box at first, and then when you land on the shore, he basically goes completely insane. He's trying to get the box back because he lost it in the shipwreck, and then he dies, but not really, and then he comes back to life. It's kind of unclear. The TLDR is he dies and then gets resurrected because basically all living things on the islands get resurrected. It's like part of the lore. It would take me too long to explain why. Just know everything gets resurrected. And then, because he's overwhelmed by his greed, because, like, whatever's inside that box gives him, like, a lot of power, he really wants it, he becomes one of these guys, a Corrupted. And Corrupted are basically, like, creatures that become overwhelmed by, like, negative emotions, and then they turn evil. And he does that, he turns evil, he tries to, like, attack you, you form an organization to take him down, you take him down, and then that is the point in the story where I'm at. Then the real evil person comes to the forefront, and I honestly can't really say more because I don't know the full end of the story. But that's just the main story of New World. It's pretty straightforward. However, there's tons of backstory. And I would say the main backstory with it is, like, this is like an uncharted continent that has magical spirits called the Angry Earth, which are basically like its natural guardians, effectively. So they're kind of like, you know, traditional fantasy nature spirits. They are hostile to you, though. Some are friendly and you meet them in the main story, but most of them are hostile. They, like, hate outsiders, and they're trying to protect the island from any encroaching attacks. And then, because of all, like, the, you know, cases of people becoming corrupted, and the corrupted basically are like a hive mind that are forming this gigantic army, at least so I've kind of pieced together. I'm not 100% sure if that's correct, but that's kind of what it seems like. The Angry Earth created this, like, gigantic magical barrier around the island, which is what's causing all of the shipwrecks. So whenever a ship collides with that, it basically causes them to, you know, crash land on the island, because it takes the form of, like, a gigantic storm, which, you know, obviously destroys all the ships that come into contact with it. And it also makes leaving the island impossible. And the reason they created it is exactly for that reason. It makes it so nobody can leave the island because they want to prevent the spread of corruption from getting to the outside world. And just to be clear, there's much more to it than this. This is just the little bit that I know from talking to my friends and doing, like, my own reading. And there's, like, a million more backstories in New World. It has a really, really well-developed lore. Like, it's cool. It's just not represented very well within the actual gameplay. Like, you have to go out of your way to read books to, like, piece all of this together. It reminds me a lot of Hotline Miami. So, oh, that's a mining luck piece and a green item. I'll keep that because that'll never sell. So I might as well use it for mining. But yeah, Hotline Miami is, like, I think the classic example of a really good story that I think was told really poorly. Now, Hotline Miami is a really good game. Absolutely love that game. It's one of probably, like, top 10 favorite games of all time. And that's mostly just because of the gameplay. The gameplay in Hotline Miami is, like, fucking awesome. It is like a bullet hell shooter, kind of. Top-down bullet hell shooter, I would say. It's really, really good. And it has a very interesting story. But the story is so disjointed. It's like constantly told through like flashbacks and flash forwards and like secret dialogue that you can only find after like 100%ing a level or something like that. It's just weird. And when you finally get the full picture, you're like, oh, this is actually super cool. But I would say like 90% of people who play Hotline Miami 1 and 2 have no fucking clue what the story is and are just like, oh, so this game is about just mindlessly murdering people. All right. And, you know, they'll still enjoy the game because it's a fun game about mindlessly murdering people. But when you understand the backstory and you understand why all of the characters are doing what they're doing, it adds an entire additional layer to it. But it was told very poorly. So I think that the game could have been even better if they found a good way to integrate the storytelling into the gameplay. But unfortunately, they didn't. Still a good game, obviously. It still did extremely well. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. But it could have been even better, and I think New World faces the same problem. The Hotline Miami problem, as I personally refer to it in my own head. Just because that's like the game that I constantly think of when I think of good stories told in a disjointed manner. Hello, Max. Make sure to play the Halloween event coming out today. What's the Halloween event? You forgot to tell me about that. I mean, if it's easy enough to do and it doesn't, like, take away from, you know, the stuff I'm trying to do now, then I'll check it out. Oh, shit. I have to, like, go all the way back around if I want to turn in that quest, huh? Screw it. I'll just continue down this road. Oh, nice, my auction sold. I should also probably start using my sword more. I have to level this up. Check out the video? I'm not going to check out the video on stream. If you want to give me a TLDR on it, I'll do it. Either, if you don't, then I'll just, I'll check it out after stream. But I have enough stuff that I want to do right now. You love how MMORPGs are on a rise again? Can't wait to see what we'll get in a few years? Yeah. I mean, like, admittedly, right now, I don't think that New World is going to be the big MMORPG. I've been very clear about the fact that this isn't going to be, like, my main game. I'm playing this because, at the moment, there are really, like, a few games that I could play right now. If I wasn't playing New World, what I'd be doing is playing Hades and Total War Warhammer 2. But I've played a good amount of Hades by now, and I still play it every now and then in my free time. And it's the kind of game that, you know, I can play whenever, and it doesn't really matter. I'm sure I'll get around to, like, playing it more in the future. And I've played hundreds of thousands of hours, well, not hundreds of thousands, but over 1,000 hours, hundreds of hours in Total War Warhammer 2. At this point, I'm more just waiting for Total War Warhammer 3. But if I wasn't playing this game, that's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be playing another MMO. Because at this point, I've done everything that I really want to do in Final Fantasy. As we start to get closer to Endwalker, and by closer, I mean, like, starting next week, probably. Words. I'm going to resub and start leveling up some of my alts. I do want to do that at some point. But I've done all the main story quest stuff, you know. Don't really have any further to go there. And the reality is I would not be playing World of Warcraft, so there's nothing for me to do in the new patch. Like, Legion Time Walking doesn't even come out until after Endwalker, and at that point, I'm not going to be playing it, I'm going to be playing Endwalker. So, you know, great job on that, Blizzard. I guess maybe I would dabble in, like, BC Classic. Possibly, if New World wasn't out. I think I would probably have tried to at least hit 70 in BC Classic, but at this point, I think I've just kind of said fuck it. Because this is more fun to me than Classic. But I think that while this game doesn't have, like, serious, like, main game potential at the moment, I think it still has a lot of potential in the future. And that's what I'm mainly hoping they manage to do with it. I'm really hoping that they manage to continue to improve upon this game so that, like, in the long term, it ends up being, like, a really fun game. And I think this game could be, like, my new Final Fantasy XIV. Like, Final Fantasy XIV, the moment Endwalker hits, it's going to be my new WoW, basically. It's going to be the game that I play, like, all the time. But for years now, FF14 has been my, like, side game. It's the thing that I play when I'm, like, bored of World of Warcraft or have nothing to do. And now that it's basically replacing World of Warcraft in that regard, suddenly I have an opening for, like, a new side game that I can play when I have, like, you know, not much else to do. And I think New World might fit that niche really well. Right now, I'm not playing Guild Wars 2 a lot, but once that new expansion comes out, that might also be the game that I play a lot, like in my free time. So we'll see. I'm enjoying it now, though, and the reality is I would have nothing else to really do, so been having fun with it for now. I think it has a lot of potential, but definitely the MMO to watch at the moment is Final Fantasy, like, for sure. If you're looking for the next MMO that's going to, like, really take the genre further, it's far and away FF14 at the moment. Endwalker is absolutely going to, like, break a few records, I think. And after that, I kind of, you know, am curious to see where they take it. Because I think FF after Endwalker is going to be a really interesting thing to see. Because they're basically going to be redesigning the story of it. Like, the main story is going to be over. So if they manage to do something really good and it's clear that, you know, Final Fantasy XIV is sticking around and still going places, then yeah, that'll be really neat. Let me... Aw, that reverse strike missed. That's unfortunate. Okay, let me catch up on chat. So what I also love about Dark Souls, you can read the item descriptions to get really deep into the lore. You can ignore it for a different reason. Yeah, for sure. I do like the subtle drip feed of lore. I think that's good, but I do think having a clear main story to follow would be good for New World. It has a main story, but I don't think it's as well developed as it probably should be. It doesn't ruin the game for me, but I do think it could enhance the game quite a bit if they really put effort into that. How is life? Life is good, Dixon Cider. Thank you for asking. Second half of Eden Grove is only accessible at level 55. Go to Monarch's Bluff after the update. Interesting. I'll check that out in a little bit. I do want to finish stuff in Eden Grove. Right now I'm just kind of heading through this area to get back to where I need to turn in the quest, but there has to be wordwood trees around here. I think I see one over there. Yeah, there's some wordwood trees. Perfect. That's one of the main things that I want to do. Like, at the moment, the main thing that I can do to progress in this game, I would say, is leveling up my trade skills. I could either basically farm gear to increase my watermark, or I could level up my trade skills. Ideally, I want to be doing both. Ooh. Nice. But I think trade skills for me are more important. I'll get my watermark up there eventually, but I care about, like, basically 100%ing, like, you know, profession-related things. So this is, like, a bigger priority for me. Also, killing those wolves is going to be really good. Update is not out yet. Should be a patch later tonight. Oh, in that case, yeah, I'll do it maybe tomorrow on stream. Yeah, so I should say that tomorrow's stream is going to be New World as well. You know, since I just hit 60, I have a lot of stuff that I want to be doing endgame-wise. That's, like, my focus right now. But... yeah, so you can mine these dead wolves, or chop these dead wolves, I mean. And they actually give a ton of experience and a lot of good shit. You're level 50. Any tips for the last 10 levels? Definitely the most important thing, I would say, is doing your main story quest. So I got all the way up to Dynasty. Now, if you want, you can progress past Dynasty, but I've heard it gets a bit harder after that. And obviously, finding a group for Dynasty until you're level 55 can be a little bit difficult. So I mostly waited not because it was because my friends wanted to do it, and we just couldn't really iron out a time. Oh my god, this lag. Oh my goodness, this lag. Okay. No, nothing is connecting! Come on, please! There we go. Nice, 69 swords kill. Oh my god, what is going on with this game right now? Oh, this is hurting my brain. Okay, Okay, 1 second. I'll finish answering that question in a little bit. Alright, so I did up to Dynasty. I stopped when I got the Dynasty quest, but I would absolutely recommend doing all of that. You're going to get sent to Eden Grove, and you're going to have to do a lot of quests that take you to level 60 elite areas. So I know it might be tempting to say, oh, this looks too hard, I'm going to wait until a higher level to do this. But you actually don't need to fight anything. So I actually did that on stream, and I just ran past every single mob. I didn't fight a single mob, I just ran through the zones, grabbed the quest items I needed, and I was good to go. And it gives a lot of experience, so I would say do all the stuff up until Dynasty in terms of MSQ, that gives a lot of XP. And after that, it's honestly pretty freeform. So I would say it kind of depends on your priorities. I would basically say the most important thing is go to Ebonscale at some point. So I went to Ebonscale Reach almost immediately. My friend Max, who... what level are you now, Max? You're like 55, right? So I think somewhere around 55, my friend Max here decided that he was going to go to Ebonscale. But eventually, the TLDR here is go to Ebonscale. It's a good zone, it gives pretty solid experience, and in my opinion, it's just the coolest zone in the entire game. XP aside, it's a really fun place to do quests in. I really love the vibe of the zone. I think you'll like it a lot. Okay, you're still 55? Yeah. So you're going to get a lot of really dense questing XP there. I ended up doing every single quest in Ebonscale except for this one, Skysong's End, because this requires you to kill 2 level 60 elites, which are really, really hard to solo, especially when you're not level 60. Even at 60, I don't think I can do that. But what I would recommend is go to Ebonscale, and while here, level up a lot of your trade skills. There's a lot of materials that you can grab in this general area right around the town. It's not too hard. Level up your crafting skills. It's a good way to do that. Then grab stuff on the town board and from your faction missions that relate to your main story quests. Or not main story quests, side quests, I meant to say. So a lot of your side quests will send you to areas where you can like double dip with faction missions and town board stuff. And I leveled a ton in Ebonscale just by doing that. Then, once you've done most of your stuff in Ebonscale Reach, it kind of depends. Personally, I went to Morningdale, and I did a lot of stuff in Morningdale. I also spent a ton of time just working on my trade skills. That's another option. So, working on trade skills is not going to be a fast way to level. It's going to be a much slower burn. But it's going to be like a really good like 2 birds 1 stone type of leveling experience. If you already know that at max level that's something you want to do, then you might as well, because it's going to help a lot. Oh, this guy's trying to take my wolves. Don't like that. Yeah, that's my wolf bunch. Yeah, go take your wordwood tree. I'm taking the dryad wolves. Alright. You woke up in a field this morning and your butt hurt. Any suggestions? Yeah, call the police, maybe? Yeah, I don't think, I'm the best person to ask for advice in that subject. Just a thought. What? Why are they going after him? Excuse me? Oh, that guy's fucked. Alright, well, while he, distracts that... Oh, now it's back on me. Okay. What is he doing? Come on. Okay, I need to swap to Berserk. God, this hurts. Okay. Yeah, he did not have a plan. In fact, I'd venture a guess that he did this specifically to fuck me over. Oh, somebody else. Okay. I'm alive. Oh, come on. Just let me mine my wolf in peace. Damn it! No! It's my wolf! Fuck! Fuck! Let me... Come on. Yes. Okay. Ow. Alright. Worked out well. Just checking. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, these Dryad Wolves respawn insanely quickly. This is actually a really good way to farm logging, actually. Because I can just kill these things, get my weapon skill leveled up, and then kill them, or loot their bodies, and get logging experience and a ton of wordwood. I'm going to try to remember this and farm it later. Lag in action combat is not nice. He was rounding them so I could kill them. I can't kill that many in a, like, you know, concentrated setting. That's definitely not that easy. Another chest. Almost instant respawn rate for some mobs? Yeah. Having these star metal tools is really nice, though. It's making collecting stuff way easier. Yeah, oh, so to finish the question of what you should do to get from 50 to 60, I would say definitely a combination of like Morningdale, Ebb and Scale Reach, or just general like trade skill leveling is a good idea. You could also do like the depths a lot. I've heard that's a really good way to do it. I didn't personally do that, but I've been told it's a viable leveling method. Alright. Yeah, fuck. I might as well just continue leveling here. This is a really good area. Oh, Dixon Cider donated $5 Canadian. This is protection money for the next time you go for one of your late night walks. I got you, man. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, late night walks. So I take it that's how you ended up waking up in a field with your butt hurt. I see. Alright. Oh. Nice. The dodge iframes feel kind of weird. I feel like if I don't move after dodging, the iframes last for longer. That makes sense, but I still haven't gotten the feel for it. You never made that connection. About to hit 200 skinning. Already finished all pages and landmarks for Ebb and Scale, other than the pages in Dynasty. Nice. So I assume, Max, you've gone to like those really like high up temples, right? Because those things are fucking sick. Alright, you have 2 wolves here. I'll share. I helped you kill stuff earlier, so I think it's only fair. Aggro range and pursuit range is weird in this game. You can stand next to mobs and not aggro, but when they aggro, they'll chase you to the end of the world. Yeah, for sure. It definitely feels a little off in some cases. Oh, I know what you're doing, buddy. I see you. So he is not happy about me taking that Dryad Wolf. Ah, alright, fair enough. Little bit shitty, because, like, you know, I didn't literally camp him out, but... And there's already, like, 3 more that have respawned, but... Alright, buddy. Okay, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Yeah, like, I get it. Alright, like, you're not happy that I took one of your 2 Dryad Wolves, even though you took one of my 2 earlier, but, you know, who's counting? But, like, you know, go kill your own at this point, buddy. Come on. He must be shown the error of his ways. I'm not going to win a duel. There's no way I'm going to be able to win a duel. I just don't get it, because, like, he's wasting his own time here. Like, what do you gain from this? You know, is this really worth it? I'll pull 2 of them. You can steal 1 if you want. Alright. Did he leave? Why bother camping me out if you're just gonna leave when I actually kill one? Oh well. He never got the memo that sometimes you have to share? Like, yeah, it's whatever. Like, I was like kind of whatever when he stole one of my tags, but then you know, if he has another one sitting at his feet and he's already like in the process of looting one, then I'm just like, yeah, you know, fair is fair. I'll loot one of his. And that's whatever. Like, if he, once again, came over and took one of mine while I was, like, you know, fighting 2, okay, sure. But literally sitting there doing nothing and just trying to camp me out, that's just a bit shitty. Like, that is, like, crossing the line from, you know, fair is fair to, okay, yeah, now you're just being a dick. Wordwood weighs a crap ton, though. I think I might just need to come back here later. Because I don't have enough bag space for this. Alright, there we go. This is a good source of weapon XP, though. It's a tough call. Here, I'll get my sword and shield to level 12 off these guys. And then I'll go somewhere else. Shit. I think I forgot to use my sword and shield there. Oh well. Your problem with Morningdale is it's so far away from the general hub, but Ebonscale is right next to Everfall, so it's perfect. That's true. No, you absolutely do have a point in that regard. I'm not a huge fan of Morningdale because of the fact that it's so far away. Now, my friends have suggested buying a house in Morningdale to counteract that problem. I don't have the money to buy a house yet, much less, you know, a second one in Morningdale. So that is something that, you know, I could see being nice later on. But, fucking hell. I do agree that it is kind of problematic. It works out well for me in a way because my faction controls, if I check the map, we control the fort in First Light and the fort in Cutlass Keys. So Azoth fast travel is like extremely efficient for me. But if you don't control like any of that stuff, it's really annoying to fast travel in this game. So I could see that being a bit problematic if you're constantly bouncing around. If you go to Morningdale, though, I would say, like, definitely stay there for a while. Like, when I went to Ebonscale, I just hunkered down at Ebonscale for a good, like, day or two. Same thing with Morningdale. I went there, I spent, like, an entire day just doing stuff there. And then I kind of dipped into Restless Shore a little bit, because I was close by. But it's not the kind of thing where you're gonna pop over and then, you know, pop back after you, like, finish doing whatever. You kind of need to stay there because, yeah, traveling back and forth is a bit problematic. You love the character model of the Dryad Wolves, really beautiful? Yeah. The Angry Earth in general have really cool character models. Definitely agree with that. Always hated in WoW when you clearly started fighting a mob near a herb while standing over it and they just take it while you're fighting the mob. Yeah, it's like, on one hand, that's kind of just like part of the game. Like, I've had people do it to me a lot. It's never fun. You're never happy about it. But the way I see it is I need to kind of plan that out. So, like, I actually, while playing WoW Classic, I remember there was one time where, I don't remember if it was on stream or not, when I was farming, I think it was Fel Iron. And I was running around trying to get Fel Iron nodes, and I was in combat, and, like, some Night Elf, like, dropped from the sky and tried to take the Fel Iron from me. So, to basically play around that, I just used a grenade to CC the mob, went over and, like, took the remaining, like, tap of the Fel Iron from them. And they gave me, like, a rude gesture, which I thought was funny, considering they were the one who stole it from me in the first place. But sometimes you need to, like, plan around people doing shitty stuff to you. And just, you know, CC the mobs and loot the stuff ahead of time. Because it's gonna happen, whether you like it or not. It's lame. Moments nerd rage is warranted. Yeah. It definitely is lame. Like, I, generally speaking, won't do that to somebody. Like, the only reason I stole this dude's, like, Dryad Wolf is because, well, there's a fucking million of them. So, it's not like we're fighting over rare resources here. He killed one of the wolves, and he could easily just kill another. So, I didn't really see that as stealing. I saw that more as, like, we were both farming in this area, and we're just looting as we can. But if I see somebody mining, like, a set of star metal, I'll usually, like, you know, skip it. Or if they're, like, if I see somebody mining, like, or fighting a mob next to a bunch of star metal, what I'll do is I'll take the smaller star metal, and then I'll leave, and I'll leave the big star metal for them. Something like that. Where it's like, okay, you know, I'm going to share this with you, but since you are fighting the mobs here, I'll let you have the lion's share of the star metal. I think that's a pretty fair compromise, generally speaking. I am about to overcap on Wordwood, though. What can I throw out to clear up space? Gold is probably the most worthless thing I have on me. It's ironic, because gold ore is, I would say, literally the least valuable resource. Oh, shit! Since I promised, here's your bribe, you noob. Thank you, Max. I thought we agreed on $5. But, I mean, I appreciate it either way, but, you know, you said that I failed the challenge, so you were only giving me $5. But either way, thank you, Max. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's unfortunate because, like, I honestly don't know why that video didn't do well. Like, every other New World video I've put out has done at least decently well. Like, even the recent ones. Like, discussing New World's leveling did decently well. Discussing New World's endgame did decently well. And then for some reason, that one video just didn't do well. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to, like, take that footage, because, you know, I still have it saved and stuff like that. I'm going to take it, I'm probably going to re-edit it slightly and see if I can, like, maybe trim it down into, like, a shorter video that captures the essence of what that, like, challenge was in a more, like, digestible format. Because it was a 20-minute long video. So I think maybe the length of that made it kind of hard for people to really be interested in watching. My dad also told me, like, he watched it, and he said he thought it was good, but he said that the parts of us trying to, like, figure out the parkour took, like, way too much time. So I think maybe if I, like, trimmed about, like, 3 minutes off there, and then, like, cut down some of the, you know, less interesting bits, I'll have to see. Because I did think that was an interesting video, and I was like, you know, kind of upset that it didn't do well, especially because, you know, I know that, you know, it's the one video so far that you've actually been in, and I figured you'd be excited to have that video be posted, so I'll see what I can do with that. There's a lot of stuff that I've, you know, put out that I think I was under the impression that, like, oh yeah, this video is going to do great, and then it just doesn't do well. And then, you know, the funny example recently, I think I told you, but I'll mention it here. I put out, like, the rant about, like, the Mage Tower in World of Warcraft, and that video now has, like, 2,000 views. And judging by, like, recent stuff that I've been doing, that's actually a decent amount of views. And that was literally a video that I ranted, like, into my microphone for, like, an hour at 3 a.m., because I was just frustrated. I edited the footage, threw it up there with, like, some B-roll of me doing the Mage Tower, and it's, like, 2,000 views. And I expected that video to honestly do terribly, because I'm like, yeah, you know, who the fuck wants to listen to me rant about the Mage Tower for, you know, 20 minutes or whatever? And turns out a lot of fucking people do, and I don't get it. Like, I'm still trying to figure out, I guess, what types of videos actually, you know, people want to watch and what types they don't, but it feels like a lot of times the videos that I expect to do poorly end up doing really well, and the videos that I expect to do well end up doing really poorly. And then some of them do, like, about as well as I would expect. Like, I expected, honestly, about 1,000 views on the, like, the equivalent of my I'm quitting WoW video. I didn't word it exactly like that. I didn't want it to be super clickbait. I kind of expected that view count. So that one I was, like, almost right on the money. The Mage Tower one, I did not expect that at all. We'll see, though. I enlisted it pretty quickly, so I think that... Or I wouldn't say pretty quickly, but it didn't go for a full day, so I think I could reasonably re-edit that, re-upload it, and count it as, like, a different video. It's tough to gauge your own content. Yeah, I mean, it's something that I've heard a lot of creators talk about. Like, a lot of people say that they, like, never know what's going to do well. They just, like, they put videos out there, and sometimes, you know, I've heard a lot of people say the exact same thing. The things they think aren't really good, people end up loving. It's, you know, kind of impossible to predict what ends up hitting and what ends up missing. And then sometimes it's kind of hard to figure out, like, did something do poorly because of the content, or did something do poorly because, like, the title and thumbnail just wasn't catchy enough? Because I've also had situations like that where I put out a video and, like, you know, I have, like, a pretty boring title and thumbnail, and then I change it up, and suddenly it does really well. Like, a good example is, there was a video I had where I was talking about, like, the best heirlooms to invest in, and I forget what the original title was, but it was something pretty mundane, like, I didn't try to make it very interesting. And then I changed up the title, and I changed up the thumbnail, and now it's called, literally, like, what are the best heirlooms to invest in, or something like that. And now that video has 1,000 views. It's about, like, a month or so old at this point. But that video, at the end of the day, did pretty good, and I think a lot of the reason why it did good now is because I shifted the title and thumbnail to something that, you know, grabs people's attention. Even though I thought the information was pretty good, and that didn't change, it is kind of weird to see what really people gravitate towards. What should I pick here? A lot of these are kind of shit. I think Sword Crit is probably the best one. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. So I can go down this tree and then I can take leadership. That's the plan. So that means I need to get 3 more levels with Sword and Shield to actually unlock that. Well, now I have to watch that. I'm obsessed with heirlooms. Yeah, I would say it's actually more relevant now because they're doing the update to heirlooms and stuff like that. I think it's a pretty good video. It's like a pretty short video. It's another one of those where, like, I didn't spend a ton of time, like, editing it and stuff like that. It was actually kind of, like, done in one take. I did edit down, like, you know, the stuff. It's not just, like, raw, unedited footage, but it was, like, one take, and I just edited in the most relevant bits. But I think the important thing is, like, if you already know a decent amount about heirlooms, you're probably not going to get a lot out of it. But it was more aimed at people who have barely touched heirlooms so far in World of Warcraft and are just looking for, you know, what is like the best bang for my buck in terms of investing gold into heirlooms, that kind of thing. And for that purpose, I think it does accomplish that really well. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be making a lot more WoW leveling content, at least not for now. So I have said I'm done with World of Warcraft for now. Aside from, as I also always say, my Mythic Sylvanas video, still plan on doing that, you know, whenever my guild finally kills it. But that's not to say that I'm completely done with WoW. Like, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, WoW is dead to me, I'm never coming back. I am a bit burned by Blizzard at the moment, but I have been one of those people who, like, I will always give WoW a second chance. Now, I'm not going to give WoW a second chance in the sense that I'll come back being like, oh, Blizzard has solved all the problems. Whatever Blizzard does from now on, I'm going to try to be, you know, highly skeptical and, you know, looking to basically figure out what's the catch, right? Like, okay, you know, what's the problem here? What did they, you know, fuck us over with this time? That kind of thing. So I'll see, but I'm never going to truly abandon WoW. Unless I look at, like I've said this before, unless I look at 9.2, and 9.2 looks like the biggest dumpster fire ever, and they clearly have no interest at all in improving the game, which is a possibility. They very well might do that. I'm not going to come back. But if they even show that they're listening slightly, you know, I'll give it a chance. I'll go in completely skeptical and ready to criticize it at any moment. I'll be fully, you know, I'll fully admit that, right? But I will go in with a somewhat open mind and say, okay, let's see how good this is. Same thing with the next WoW expansion. I would say they would have to really fuck up for me to not play the next WoW expansion. Like, if it reaches a point where I'm like, I am not playing WoW's next expansion, the game is probably fucked because they would have had to make so many mistakes in terms of, like, basic marketing stuff that I would have to be able to look at it and say, this game is dead without even playing it. And I'm assuming they're not that stupid. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to start heading up the mountain here. But I'm going to keep trying to, you know, see where that game goes. But at this point, I am very open about the fact that I'm moving, like, Final Fantasy to be my main game. When Endwalker comes out, that's going to be my entire priority. Do I have a takeaway on bugs/exploits? Kind of. So, my take on bugs and exploits is obviously, I think that, you know, you should never exploit bugs and exploits. I think that's the obvious one. The problem is, for PvP, it's a weird situation where you almost can't not exploit stuff. Now, I am not a PvPer, so as a result, I am not going to be exploiting anything like that, because it's just not something I'm engaged with. But I feel bad for PvPers in New World, because the reality with bugs and exploits in PvP is if one side is exploiting something, and the other side doesn't exploit that, they're at an inherent disadvantage. This is one of the main reasons why I don't PvP, because I don't like abusing bugs and exploits. But if I was PvPing, I would feel a really strong urge to actually have to exploit the game if the other side was exploiting. So there's really two things that you could, you know, do. You could either get like a gentleman's agreement where neither side, you know, exploits all of the issues within the game, or, you know, both sides are exploiting the bugs, and at that point, it's like kind of a mechanic. Neither one is great. New World definitely has a lot of problems that it needs to fix, but I would say that is PvP. When it comes to PvE, it's like some of the exploits in PvE are just kind of whatever. You know, they fixed the life staff bug, but the life staff thing is, I don't know, it's kind of like, it's hard to say. I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world, like the life staff crouching. That fucked PvP, don't get me wrong, and I think that was the biggest problem with it. Like, double life staff Gatling guns, life staff crouching, that absolutely fucks PvP balance because it makes healing, like, insanely powerful. But if you were to do that in, say, a dungeon, is it the biggest deal in the world? Well, not really. Because if you are intentionally, like, ruining the dungeon for yourself, you know, yeah, sure, you kind of break the boss in half, but no, you could have done it without it. It's not like the New World dungeons are impossible to clear without exploiting bugs. So anybody who's exploiting a bug in a New World dungeon setting is only doing it because they're ruining the fun for themselves. So I think their bigger priority now should be fixing bugs that like directly impact PvP content. Like as a PvE only player, I am actually completely okay if they kind of ignore me for a little bit, because I acknowledge the fact that it doesn't really matter quite as much if the content that I'm doing is a little bit broken in terms of exploits and stuff. Because it's my choice whether or not I actually, you know, engage with that. Is that... Oh, he's healing. Oh, shit. Okay. That said, I do think that a lot of the major bugs at the moment affect, in a way, both PvE and PvP players, especially like the ones that affect the economy. That universally affects players in New Worlds, regardless of what type of content they engage in. Just because, you know, the economy is something that everybody's going to have to interact with. So if that's problematic, it's going to be problematic for everybody. Okay, shit, this is not good. I need to LOS these mobs. Come on. Ooh. What the fuck is that? How did I just take so much damage there? Okay. Shit. Stamina's fucked. Okay, headshot, nice. Come on. Woo! Alright. It worked out. I don't know how I almost died there. There was like a period of time where my health just vanished. Ah, that would have been really fucking bad. We're good though. If you want to stick to Blizz, play in a private server, kinda, like, I'm not interested in... So, there's two things to that, right? I get what you're saying, and I get the idea of, like, oh, if you enjoy World of Warcraft, then a private server would work because, you know... let's see. Oh, this is a... Yeah, screw that. If I can't sell it, then it's not important. Okay, bind on equip, that's nice. That's actually full dex, so that's gonna probably sell. Light footwear, that's bind on pickup though. So I don't need that. Bind on equip, nice. It's the wrong icon. Stick it to Blizz? Yeah, no, I know what you mean. So here's the problem with it. The only thing that I enjoy doing in World of Warcraft is raiding. And if raiding is all I enjoy in World of Warcraft, private servers don't really work. Because I would want to raid and I would want to do new content. Like, I'm more interested in seeing what the new raids that Blizzard could make are. Because that is the one thing they still know how to do semi-decently. If I play in a private server, one of two things are going to happen. One, it's not going to be the current content, because I really don't think any private server is, like, running the current patch of World of Warcraft. And if they are, nobody's really going to play on it, at least not compared to live servers. So my options are going to be far more limited, and at that point I'm not really going to be able to raid, so... Yeah. So, like, if I wanted to do, like, older raids, right? Like, if I wanted to do Siege of Orgrimmar or something, yeah, I could play in a private server, sure. But if I want to do whatever the new raid is and get cutting edge, that's something that I can't realistically do on a private server. That's the main reason that I haven't been, like, a big private server person. it just doesn't really work for the type of content that I enjoy in World of Warcraft. I've said before that I have nothing against private servers. People have asked me, like, what's your thoughts on private servers? And it's always been, you know, my answer of, I have nothing against them, right? You know, if you want to play in a WoW private server, you know, be my guest. I found out that, what's the private server that so many people have been telling me about on stream? Ascension. Yeah. So, a ton of people have told me about Ascension on stream and said it's really good. And then I was talking to one of my old WoW raiding buddies who quit the game a while ago. And he's now playing Final Fantasy. So I was talking to him about, like, you know, would you want to join my raid team in FF? And he said maybe. But then he also mentioned that he's been playing Ascension a lot, which I actually didn't know, so I thought that was pretty cool. So I asked him a bit about it. He told me what it was like. He told me some of the builds that he's been playing. And it sounds pretty cool. It doesn't sound like the type of thing that I would ever want to play as, like, my main game. It's like the type of thing where if I was bored of my main game and I was bored of my side game, it would be like a third thing that I would check out. And I would say we're not going to reach that point in time for a good half a year. I'm going to have new stuff that I'm interested in for the next while. There's a lot of stuff coming out either the end of this year or the beginning of next year that I am really looking forward to. It's honestly been a very long time since there's been like a period of releases back to back where I'm like, oh my god, there's so many different things I want to try. Like for a good year now, there hasn't been really anything going on except Shadowlands, and well, we all know how that turned out. Alright, well, I've done about everything I can do up here. Time to hop down. I can swing past these two areas. Yeah, I'll do that. I love how weak fall damage is in this game. It's great. Oh. You've got yourself some temple troubles? What quest is that, Max? You have to admit you're disappointed, but you have to do what is fun for you? Yeah. No, I get you. Like, private servers, they're weird for me. It's just one of those things where I've always thought about checking them out. I've never had time, right? Especially because, you know, in the MMO scene, a lot of the stuff that I like to do, there's like a time limit on it. You know? Like, a new tier in World of Warcraft, you have to play the tier when it comes out, or it's kind of, like, irrelevant. Seek out Corrupted at Mountain Temple. Oh, I remember that quest, yeah. That one's pretty fun. And like Final Fantasy, I'm going to be playing it a lot when it first comes out, and that kind of thing. And then, unfortunately, Guild Wars 2, I'm going to be playing it a lot when it comes out. The only game that, like, I'm excited for coming out soon that I may not, like, you know, feel obligated to play a ton on release would be Warhammer 3. Because Warhammer 3 ultimately is a single-player game. So I could always just, like, put that off for a little bit and come back to it later. But I am really excited for that game. I'm just going to have a lot of fun with it. Alright. So I haven't discovered that landmark. Should probably head there. You have 3 quests for Dynasty now? Yeah, same. Actually, if I check my Dynasty quests, I have 4. And technically, there's a 5th quest for Dynasty that I'm going to pick up before I do the dungeon, all the way over there. You can get a ton of quests for Dynasty. There's 3 total that are just like side quests or MSQ. Well, 2 side quests, 1 MSQ for Dynasty. And then, so far, I've managed to get 2 faction missions that send me to Dynasty. I'm not sure if you can get a 3rd. The most I've ever gotten is I have, at the moment, if I check over here, I have, yeah, so 2 more. I have 1, 2, 3, 5 total quests for Starstone Barrows. And 3 of those are faction missions. You're going to grab them all? Yeah. So bare minimum, you can get 5 quests for Dynasty. Possibly you could get more. I'm not entirely sure. Ah, shit. Dynasty Warriors over here? I've heard about that. Haven't looked into it much. Come on, block. They only block for a like very short period of time. Yeah, Sworded Shield actually feels pretty good to use for damage once you actually have it leveled up a decent bit. I feel like once I max it out, I'll be a lot more comfortable with it. Also, hitting reverse stab is really, really, really nice, but it's hard to get the like hang of at first. 199 skinning, nice. I'm surprised you haven't maxed out your skinning yet. I got my skinning up to full at like, I don't even know, like 52 or something. It was really, really early. But I have to jump down to discover that. Oh yeah, I can do that after. Sword is super solid? Yeah. I've been kind of avoiding sword just because the way that I see it, sword is kind of like solved at this point. So many people have experimented with sword builds that the best sword build, in my opinion, is like very, very obvious. I don't really think there's like too much, you know, to figure out with it. So I've kind of been experimenting with weapons that people haven't played as much. I have been using Hatchet a lot, but admittedly my Hatchet build is not traditional at all, and I think it's the best. I actually don't run any Hatchet abilities. There is merit to some of them, like Feral Rush is really good in PvP, but I don't think it's good in PvE. Rending Throw is potentially good if you're using Hatchet as a boss weapon, and you need somebody to cover rends. Infected Throw is good for PvP once again, but it's not good for, you know, doing dungeons at all. And I think Raging Torrent is a crutch if people don't know how to animation cancel properly. Yeah, so Leadership Sword and Shield, in my opinion, is the best way to play it. I agree with that. So the way I'm building for Sword and Shield is I'm going with Reverse Stab CDR, with Defiant Stance, with Whirling Blade, mostly because Whirling Blade applies Rend. And it's just, you know, it's a solid AoE ability. And you need to take one of these two if you want to realistically get Leadership. And then, you know, Leadership is pretty good. So definitely that is like the traditional build. There is another way to build Sword and Shield, but only if you're running Life Staff. At least you can build it that way if you want. But I think that if you're running Sword, Shield, and Life Staff, you'll probably want to go more down the Shield tree, especially like to get the second taunt. So in that case, you would probably run Reverse Stab and then Shield Bash Defiant Stance. That way you can basically cover a lot of healing and be a bit tankier to compensate for that, because damage won't be as important. And because you're running Life Staff, you won't have the second taunt on your off weapon, so it's more important that you have a second taunt available on Sword and Shield. I think that build is probably going to be really viable. I haven't seen a lot of people really using it. Like, I've seen people run it, but they haven't used it effectively that I've seen. Like, the way I see people run Sword, Shield, and Life Staff is they just play only Sword and Shield, and then they just have Life Staff as like an emergency type of thing, which isn't how you would want to play that build in theory. So I'm going to try that out at some point. I think it could have a lot of potential if played properly. But definitely the best general purpose Sword and Shield build is, whatchamacallit, Reverse Stab, Whirling Blade, Defiant Stance, and Leadership. I agree with that. Oh, fuck, this thing came back to life. But yeah, Sword and Shield, pretty standard. It's good. Like, definitely it's a very viable, like, weapon in general. But it's not too tricky to figure out, so I've been experimenting more with some of the other weapons. Like, I played around with Great Axe a lot, played around with Warhammer a decent bit. Spear is another one that I really tried to make work, but Spear I don't feel at this moment in time works super well. And Hatchet I've done a ton of theory crafting on. So my dungeon tanking hatchet builds is you run every single passive in the left tree, you run full berserk, and you run defy death, obviously. Then you grab aimed throw, critical throw, because you're not really going to be using hatchet throwing a lot as a tank, but it's really useful for rounding up mobs that are really far away. So you can basically chuck hatchets to far corners, group up all the mobs, taunt them, and then like they're all clumped up, people can hit them easier. It's very strong for that. And this also, in addition to allowing you to get like critical headshots, it just gives you a flat 5% crit. It's just a good passive. Then this thing means that successful crits with light attacks regen 10 stamina. So that means you can dodge a lot more if you're reliably critting with hatchet light attacks. This one isn't that good, but you need it to continue down the tree. Now, all attacks deal 15% additional damage to targets with an active debuff. With a good dungeon group, every single target should always have at least rend on it. So this effectively reads as, in a dungeon setting, deal 15% more damage. That's broken. Then, finally, this one, light attacks regen 10 stamina when hitting targets with an active debuff. Once again, you should always have this. So this means that you can basically have your dodge up almost 100% of the time if you're playing Hatchet properly. And the other thing about Hatchet that I think a lot of people haven't really figured out how to do yet properly is you don't need Raging Torrent because you can do really good animation canceling on Hatchet. You can do really fast attacks like this. Now, I'm not even doing it super well. I haven't gotten the timing down perfectly, but you can watch videos of people doing this absurdly fast. Heavy attack, animation cancel, light attack, light attack, light attack, light attack, light attack, light attack. And you could do so much with it. It's really powerful. It lets you just melt mobs super quickly, especially on AoE. And mind you, I'm not fully spec'd to make Hatchet super powerful. Hatchet works well for me, but if I was spec'd into Strength, Hatchet would be even stronger. The reason I'm spec'd into Dex is because I think Rapier is a really viable weapon too, and I think for tanking it's good. But if you want to go full Strength build, that absolutely does work well, and it makes Hatchet even more powerful. I'm not 100% sure what's faster, though, for Hatchet. Definitely you want to weave heavy attacks in there because it gives you Empower, but you could do this and then basically do your light attack chain, then heavy light attack chain like this, then heavy light attack chain, berserk. And that allows you to do so much damage. I don't really think Raging Torrents works as well, especially because there are so many powerful passives in Hatchet. So if you're taking Raging Torrents, you would have to basically figure out what you would want to drop for it. And I genuinely don't know which passive you would want to drop. Maybe like Desperate Refresh, you could argue is possibly a bit too niche. You could drop that for Raging Torrent. I think if anything, maybe you drop that. But all of these abilities are really, really powerful. Enraged Strikes, I think, is just really good. So yeah, if anything, if you really want to use Raging Torrent, that's the only ability that I can justify for tanking. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's like, if you are not really, really good at animation canceling with the Hatchet, I would say Raging Torrent is a good option. But animation canceling with Hatchet is just so powerful that you just don't need Raging Torrent. And especially the problem with stuff like that is, if I need to dodge while doing a light attack canceling chain with Hatchet, like if I'm doing this and I just need to dodge, I can instantly dodge. I don't need to worry about being locked into Raging Torrent. But if I start Raging Torrent and suddenly a big attack is about to hit me and I need to dodge, I'm locked into that. So I just don't really feel like Raging Torrent is worth taking for tanks. That's just me. And I've seen a lot of people basically building Hatchet with like 3 abilities. Like they'll do like Feral Rush, Raging Torrent and stuff. And you can, but it's like, why would you want to? Because you don't need anything but Berserk. Berserk is just so fucking good. It just carries Hatchet on its own. And there are so many ways to just make Hatchet light attacks just do Mongo damage that I don't know. I don't really think it's worth it personally. So that's one of the reasons I've been playing Hatchet a lot, because I've been trying to figure out what the best way to play it is. And another thing that you have to consider, right, is on top of the ways that Hatchet already has to buff its light attacks, think about all the different ways that exist within like perks and stuff like that to buff your light attack damage. So the only thing you can get that really buffs Raging Torrent is you can make it so Raging Torrent heals you for a portion of the damage done. but it's not even that much. Like if I look at the exact perk, let me find it. New World perk list, perks, New World wiki. Ah, shit, wrong page. This website. I really like this one. Okay. Raging Torrent. Every hit of Raging Torrent. Oh wait, no, I actually got that wrong. Every hit of Raging Torrent reduces all hatchet cooldowns by 1%. So actually, I've confused that with something else. There was some passive I remember that like healed you for a percentage of the damage done. Either way, so Raging Torrent gives CDR, which actually kind of makes it worse because you have so many ways to just reduce your cooldown. Either way, like if you're picking Raging Torrent, we've already established you'd probably take Desperate Refresh, and especially if you're doing AoE with Hatchet, if you're fighting a lot of mobs, some of them are eventually going to hit 30% health. And every single hit getting 2% CDR, if you're hitting multiple mobs with that, I think that amounts to way, way more than you'd be getting with a Raging Torrent with Desperate Refresh. Or than Raging Torrent compared to Desperate Refresh. You know what I'm trying to say. God. I should not be able to do this. So that's my take on Hatchet. You know, could be wrong. It's entirely possible that maybe I'm overestimating the value of, you know, all these passives and that Raging Torrent is like really, really good. But I just don't think it scales as well because since light attacks do so much damage with Hatchet, I feel like an endgame Hatchet build would basically be a set that has every single item with the enchanted perk on it, which increases your light attack damage. And at that point, if your light attacks are already really good, and all of them are doing like up to 7.5% more for every single perk, you can put out just ridiculous damage with that. Ah, shit. That felt pretty good. Got your 200 skinning. You're out till tomorrow afternoon. Gonna be around on disc doing mushroom foraging. Gotta get your harvesting up. Have a good stream. Thank you, Max. I appreciate it. It was good to have you here, and grats on 200 skinning. Ooh. Did not expect to break that block. These guys' blocks are up for such little time. It's rare that you actually get to shatter their shield. Cool. Are there any chests in there? There's one. Might as well get that. I think I can only get the blue refining reagents from the level 60 areas. So I need to go to a level 60 area in Eden Grove to start farming some of those. Are there eggs over there? That'd be nice. Nope. The town is just down the road. Alright, perfect. Was I in a boy band? No. That's what my friend Max has called me ever since, like, middle school, basically. So, yeah. Oh. 2 notes. Cool. But yes, people have made that joke a million times, unfortunately. It's even worse, though, because, like, there's, like, a famous baseball player that shares my name, right? I've mentioned this before, and it's one of those things where they, like, I got, like, made fun of that, like, I wouldn't say made fun of, but it's like, people would bring it up constantly, like, oh, you know, are you related to the baseball player? And I'm like, no, I'm not. But that's basically like every single high school teacher would like mention that. So that's like my high school experience in a nutshell. Okay. Alright, so I have these quests, and then what about this guy? So I was told that after I finished every quest in Great Cleave, I would get like a legendary mission or something like that? Or do I have to finish the main story quest first? I don't know. Oh, it's sending me to Reekwater now. Alright.
I know the Soul Wardens will. Oh, yes.
Tier 5 camping. Oh. These quests send me basically to the exact same spots I just came from. What do I do now? I should refine everything I've collected. That's, I would say, the first priority. How's it going? It's going good. Thanks for asking, Gamer Unknown. Don't really have any set goals in mind. Just kind of wandering around, doing stuff. At this point, I'm kind of not sure what to do from here on out. Is it playing two sounds? Yeah, the game's bugged out. It's playing like two different music tracks on top of each other. Well, that's a new bug. Haven't encountered that one. Are the other... Wait, there's only some crafting stations at each place? So there's no loom here. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess if I can find the storage... Okay, storage shed's that way. I should probably open these up. Hold on. This is actually really annoying. Gonna fix this by logging out and logging back in. Because it's like the battle music just won't stop playing. Oh. Screen's frozen. Come on. Alright. Hopefully it's fixed now. There we go. Alright. So what do I want to store here? Probably all my gear. I'll come back for this later. I could sell it on the trading post, but like, yeah. I'll keep this stored there. Now what else? Oh, I think, yeah, my wordwood I could definitely store there. Oh, I got a schematic. Furniture, sure. Resources, crafting mods. I guess I don't really need any of this stuff. On the off chance that, like, I need it, I'll keep my refining reagents. The rest of this can probably just stay in storage for now. What is this? Infused health potion. Ooh. We can't get to know each other or you'll have to change your name. Ah, yes. Poor gamer unknown, forever cursed to never make a true connection. Our own worst enemy and pushing back. Interesting. I could fast travel there. Do I want to, though? I almost kind of want to go to Reekwater, because I've literally never been to this zone. The only zone in the game that I've never been to is Reekwater, because I did go to Shattered Mountain, and I actually explored it a little bit. Like, at the end of the footage in the, discussing New World's Endgame, like, after that cuts out, I spent a good, like, hour or so just wandering around Shattered Mountain, because I have fast traveled to both of the outposts. But I really want to see what Reekwater's like. Yeah, here. I'll go to Brightwood, then I'll hand in my quests, and then I will head down to Reekwater. What was my initial reaction to hearing that New World is client authoritative? Laughter? Pretty much. My first reaction, the first thing I did is I got the Josh Strife Hayes video and the Callum Upton video and stuff. And I sent it to my dad, and I said, let's see you defend this. Because I've been basically explaining all of the bugs to my dad that New World has. And my dad, one, works for Amazon. He doesn't work for Amazon Game Studios, but he works for Amazon Web Services, AWS. So basically the framework that New World runs on, at least partially, he works for that. So he knows a lot about that stuff, and I was kind of curious to see what he would say to justify it. And he basically gave me this whole long thing about how, like, you know, sometimes it can be tricky. He did some research and found out the stuff about, like, you know, apparently, like, the stuff that they built Lumberyard on was initially, like, really fucked and stuff like that. And he was like, oh, you know, development like that takes a long time. And then he was like, oh, you know, a lot of projects that I've had, like, over the years, you have, like, a deadline set by, like, supervisor, and you can't push that deadline. Like, no matter how much you try to say, like, you know, the game isn't ready, or in his case, like, you know, whatever service they're, you know, providing isn't ready, you know, you either basically get it out by the set date, or you pay a fine to, like, whatever company you're making it for. Now, it's a little bit different in New World's case, so I tried to explain to my dad that, like, you know, the difference between creating, like, software for, like, a company and having, like, a set deadline and stuff is, like, my dad, he used to work for IBM. He now works for Amazon. When he worked for IBM, he would do a lot of stuff where, like, he would basically... He wasn't, like, necessarily the project manager, but he was, like, the lead of, like, a team working on, like, some piece of software for, like, AT&T or, you know, Verizon. I don't know, just big telephone companies he did a lot of, like, work for in terms of that stuff. There were other companies he did programs for. He would tell me about it. I've forgotten all the exact details. But he basically explained that, like, IBM would get, like, a contract with AT&T, and they would have to put out this program by, you know, X date. And if they didn't get it out by that date, they would get fined heavily. And as a result, a lot of times what you had to do is just put out the best program that you could by that date, and then patch it afterwards. And when you're doing something like, I remember one of the ones that he told me about was, like, a ticketing service for AT&T, is, like, the one that he worked on for a while. Basically, it was, like, an entire program that handled, like, the customer service side of AT&T, where if, like, somebody was having trouble with, like, their phone bill or something like that, they would, like, contact AT&T, and it did all this stuff about, like, you know, formatting it. And I don't know all the technical jargon, right? I could sit here and try to explain it, and I'd probably get most of it wrong. Point being, that kind of thing, as long as, like, whatever guy who works for AT&T is able to use that software to, like, solve whatever problem he has, if they iron out the kinks later, it's whatever. And, you know, for stuff that he's been doing at Amazon, it's been mostly the same. You know, if they need to develop some new thing for Amazon Web Services, it's not like, oh my god, like if it has bugs at the start, it's going to be like the end of the world. He can, his team or whatever can release it like half finished or whatever. As long as it's functional and it has problems, they can patch it later. And what I tried to explain to him in terms of like games like that, and especially issues like New World being client-side authoritative, is if an MMO especially releases in a really poor state, the PR of it is going to be really bad. If AT&T is kind of unhappy with issues that their program has, it's not going to cause a massive PR blowout for IBM or something like that. But if a game, like a public thing like that, does poorly, it's going to receive massive backlash, and then suddenly people are going to stop buying it. So, when you've already created something for like AT&T and they've already paid a shit ton of money for it, and at that point they're only paying you a bit more money to like maintain it and give you updates, you've already basically finished your contract. But that's not how games work. So what I think the problem is that, I think my dad actually showed me part of where New World maybe went wrong there. Like, a lot of people who work in that field probably have that mindset of, we can just release something with a few problems, tweak it later, and it'll be fine. That works when you're creating a program for a company, and a lot of what Amazon's been doing in terms of like their development and stuff has been that. They've only recently dabbled into games. It does not work when you're designing a game. It absolutely doesn't. So when you're designing a game, it needs to be mostly complete or mostly like playable without major bugs on launch, or people are just going to stop playing. It's going to receive really bad PR, and then it's going to die out. And this is an even worse case for an MMO, because if it's a single player game, then it's like, whatever, if people stop playing, so be it. Like, as long as one person is enjoying their single player game, if it gets patched later on, they'll probably be like, okay, cool. But an MMO is basically functional only if there are other people playing that game. And if it launches poorly and a ton of people suddenly start playing it, and now, the people who are still playing the MMO have nobody else to play with, even if they are having fun with it, they're going to stop having fun just because of the lack of other people to play with. So having it launch in a really good state is just so important for games like this. And I think that is probably the biggest mistake that Amazon has made. And, whether you like New World or not, I like New World. I'm having fun with it. It's impossible to say that this has not severely impacted the health of New World. This game is facing a huge uphill battle now. It may end up turning around and becoming like a really big MMO, but the reality is it's not going to for a very long time at this point because of the hole they dug themselves in at launch. If they had waited another year, maybe even more, to release this game and, launched it in like a really polished state, and it did extraordinarily well on launch, it could have immediately become a main competitor in the market, and they could have just gone from there. But now they've started themselves off really behind. They have a lot more work to do to re-earn the trust of their player base. Now, admittedly, one thing that Amazon has done well, I think, is communication. So a big issue that, World of Warcraft especially has had recently is they fuck up and then they just shut down. When Blizzard makes a mistake, they don't admit to their mistake. They just lock down, don't communicate, and just basically they act like, okay, if we don't say anything to players, players will just kind of like forget that anything bad is happening. And that solution has caused World of Warcraft to suffer massively. And Blizzard is still basically doing nothing to fix that. We still know nothing about patch 9.2. They still haven't addressed any of the really big problems in the game. All they've done is basically tune a handful of issues in 9.1.5, and despite the fact that a lot of it is really poorly balanced and undertuned, people have complained about that. Blizzard has not addressed it at all. The game is a fucking shit show. Amazon, however, has been pretty open about saying, we understand that our game is kind of fucked. They admit it, right? And that is kind of an important step. So I at least believe that the people at Amazon want to make this game better. I don't think they're just kind of like, putting their heads in the sand and acting like none of this is a problem. I'm fairly confident that every single person over there knows that their game is in a pretty bad state and that they need to do everything they can to fix it. That is a great first step, right? The first step to solving a problem is admitting that there is one, right? Unfortunately, the problem that Amazon has to solve is a lot of pretty major ones, and I hope they can do it. I'm definitely rooting for them, right? You know, at this point, fuck Blizzard, I'm almost rooting for their downfall. I think that's no secret. But I am absolutely cheering the Amazon team on. I really do hope that they can turn this game around and make it into like a really, really big thing, because I'm having fun with it, and I see there's a ton of potential here. But it's going to be a difficult task. I think they have their work cut out for them. And the client-side stuff is definitely a big issue. They say Silkweed has a really smooth eye. I like that. What do I need? Alright. I mean, this is on the way to Reekwater. I guess I might as well do all these quests. Fuck it. I was gonna just turn in those quests and then, like, teleport closer to Reekwater, but at this point, we're going on a journey. Why not? Client authoritative, in simple terms, is that the server trusts that the client is correct and not cheating or doing anything bad and updates what you did to the server. Yeah, so effectively, that does cause a lot of problems. Client authoritative is, think of like every single player game that you've done a million times. Like, when you basically tell the game that, like, you've turned God mode on, and the game's like, oh yeah, this person, you know, has cheat codes on, they, like, can't take any damage. This is way higher level than I expected. Oh my god. That's a level 55 portal. Fucking hell. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. So, authoritative, yeah, right. That's fine. In fact, I was initially saying that, but then I second-guessed myself. So thank you for correcting me. But yeah, so basically, the way it works is, or at least the way that a client-side authoritative game would work, is if you were able to tell the game things about your character and then the server would trust it, right? So if I told the server that I had 500,000 gold, and then the server just said, okay, sure, and now suddenly I have a 500,000 gold because my client said so, that would be client-side authoritative. That said, New World is not 100% client-side authoritative. You can't do stuff kind of like that. You can do things close to that, and that's why people have been assuming that it is. I don't think it's 100% client-side authoritative. I think, basically, there are... The way that Amazon described it. So Amazon put out a post, in case anybody hasn't seen it, talking about how New World's coding works. In fact, I actually sent it to my dad, and he thought it was really interesting. He was like, oh yeah, this is really cool. It's unclear whether it's like 100% true, or whether they're maybe embellishing a little bit to, you know, kind of not look as bad. Either way, it sounds believable. And some of the stuff does make sense. The way it sounds like is New World, for the most part, is built on server-side authority, which makes sense because it would be absolutely insane to design an MMO to be client-side authoritative. But there were a lot of things where they were basically requiring a server-client handshake to actually like complete certain actions. So it wasn't necessarily that the client was controlling it. It was that they coded it in a way where before the server could actually do anything, it required the client to say, yes, I'm okay with this, that kind of thing. So that is kind of like the simplest way that I can think to describe it. So that doesn't let you like change things within the game in terms of like the way it's coded, but it would allow you in some cases to prevent certain commands from the server affecting your character because of the way it was coded. Now, they are trying to fix that. Obviously, a lot of that stuff should not affect your in-game character. So just because your client is unresponsive, it doesn't mean that your character should be like unable to receive damage. But it sounds like it's more just that you could prevent certain things from happening to your character rather than your character or your client in that case could influence the server. So it's a little bit weird. The way they described it does kind of make sense. I didn't understand 100% of it, but then I asked my dad, and he kind of tried to explain some of it to me. And it all sounds like, Amazon's not bullshitting. That really is how they've coded it. But it does sound like some of their code is like a little bit jank, and they just have some kinks to iron out. But the fact that it's not completely 100% client-side authoritative is a good thing, because if it was, that would be bad. But it's not, as far as I can tell. It's not client-side authoritative. It's just it's server-side authoritative with some basically kind of amateurish code that requires responses from the client that has made it appear to be client-side authoritative. That is what I've gathered so far. Once again, could be wrong. Oh, come on. Don't fucking do this game. Okay, I think I found the sweet spot. Nice. Once again, I could be wrong. Amazon could be lying, but I can believe that. Okay, so I just need to kill more mobs, basically. Yeah, I mean the whole thing with New World, either way, it's a little bit of a mess. I'm glad they're trying to fix it. That is very good. But the thing that I'm concerned about is I'm worried they're focusing maybe a little bit too much on, solving, well, I shouldn't say too much. They're focusing heavily on patching all of these bugs out. And if I say too much, it sounds like I think that shouldn't be the priority, when that absolutely should be their priority. Patching bugs is far and away the most important thing that they should be doing. But there is going to be a bit of a content drought in the game once people fully catch up on Endgame. I'm not one of the people saying there's nothing to do. I absolutely do think there's quite a lot of stuff to do. In fact, I'm doing it. Not at this immediate moment, but I'm doing some of the stuff in the game. And I haven't even experimented with Shattered Mountain Elite farming. I haven't done all the dungeons yet. There's a bunch of stuff to do in the game currently. But I think that once I play this game for maybe another week or two, I'm probably going to hit a point where I've exhausted all of the endgame content, and I just haven't gotten anything else to do, and I'll probably get bored. And at that point, Final Fantasy will be close to coming out, so that'll be good for me. But then once I get bored of Final Fantasy, two things are going to happen. One, New World's going to have new content out, in which case I'll be like, oh, hey, I'll play New World a bit. Or New World's going to have no content out, in which case I say, all right, I guess I'm playing Total War Warhammer 2 until Guild Wars 2's expansion comes out. So remains to be seen how that's going to go. But I do hope that they at least have two different teams, one team working on bug fixes, one team working on new content, because if we have a extended period of time with no content, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. They did say they're reducing the tuning orb cost, though, which is good. So that's something, at the very least. It's not content, I should say, but it means that dungeon farming, which is ultimately one of the main things to do in Endgame, is going to be much more accessible. So one of my main complaints when I talked about it in my video about New World's Endgame is the fact that right now tuning orbs are a really restrictive system and make it so one of the core features at Endgame is something that you can't really do a lot. They are addressing that, so that's good. But that doesn't change the fact that there's still going to be not a ton of stuff to do once you've done all the dungeons, done all the open, world farming stuff. So, we'll see. I also want to do portal farming at some point. Travel to Lush Hideaway and acquire more potent protections. I'll have to see where that is. I don't know if my dad is watching, but if he is, coffee would be really nice right about now. But since I don't think he is, actually, let me message him on Discord real quick. Any chance you could make me coffee, please? That way I don't have to get up. I could be lazy. which is ideal. Wow. What the hell just happened? There we go. You don't think tuning orbs should be consumed? I think they should be like the attunements in Classic. I think they're a bit too easy to be one-time attunements. Like, it's a tricky thing. I think if anything, so I think you should be able to run the dungeons multiple times. If anything, I think tuning orbs should work like Mythic Plus, right? Where if you create like a higher quality tuning orb, then the bosses are harder, but you get better loot, right? So imagine if you had to create like a legendary tuning orb to get like 600 gear score, but you could run the dungeon over and over and get like a cap of 550 gear score with no tuning orb. I think that's how they should have done it. I think that would have been a perfectly fine way to do the system. But with the way that it currently is, I think that, yeah, either a one-time longer attunement or a frequent, really cheap to craft type of tuning orb system would be fine. And since they're not going to completely redesign the way the tuning orbs work, I think that just making tuning orbs like fairly cheap so that you could just quickly craft them to gain entry to the dungeon would be ideal. You should have explained better. You meant that tuning orbs should be an attunement object that you work to get, like Classic WoW. Yeah, no, that's fair. What I mean is, like, if they were to do something like that, which I think that's a perfectly valid idea, it's currently too easy to actually get the tuning orbs. So, yeah, if they did something like, a long attunement quest like Classic WoW, and then at the end you got an infinite use tuning orb, I would agree. I think that would be, a pretty good idea. But even in World of Warcraft, right? Like, because dungeons don't give, like, the best loot in World of Warcraft, and right now in New World, dungeons do give the best loot, it wouldn't really make sense for it to work like that. So I would say if they were to do something like that, it would mean they would have to give, like, a weekly cooldown for dungeons, which I wouldn't really want them to do. So I don't know. It's a complicated question. I think we can agree that the current system isn't good, and they are making it better. But there are a lot of ways that they could have made it better from the start. Ooh, nice. That still hit. Dryad Rapier. Oh, that's a sick model. Oh, I really hope I get like a higher level version of that. I really want to use that. Have I ever played PSO2 NGS? I have no idea what that stands for, so I don't know. Sorry. PSO... Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that stands for. You'll have to just spell it out for me, because I'm probably not going to be able to guess that. Unless, is that PlanetSide? PlanetSide Online 2? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the NGS stands for, though. If that is. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. No, I have not. I've heard mention of Phantasy Star, but I don't know much about it. I've heard Phantasy Star like that. I don't know anything about Online 2 New Genesis, that aspect of it. But I've heard people mention Phantasy Star to me, but only, like, some people have said, oh yeah, I played this before. I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's bad, I literally know nothing about it. So, I mean, curious if you want to, like, tell me about it, like, whether it's good or bad. But, never played it, don't have any opinion on it one way or the other. Are my friends on? Yeah, they're offline at the moment. Nice. I can't believe I actually dodged right through that. Oh, there's another mini wordwood tree. Almost missed that one. I can, like, barely see in here, though. Lodestone? Alright. So lots of good shit in this cave. It's a hit or miss thing for now, so don't worry about it. Gotcha. Is it like a new game that just recently came out? Or is this like an older thing? What are my hatchet talents? Question. My hatchet talents are currently this. I would basically say TLDR all the way down Berserk, every single point in the left tree, and then for the right tree, go aimed throw, critical throw, rejuvenating crits, refreshing throws just because you need to get the last two, then exploitation and boot and rally. No other abilities. I mentioned earlier, like my hatchet playstyle is, from what I've seen, a lot different than most people. And mind you, this is specifically for dungeon tanking. There are a lot of hatchet abilities that are really good in world PvP that just don't work well in dungeons. So it's a little bit weird in that regard. It's built in the 9-year-old MMO, same engine but improved, free to play with premium stuff. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. Well, like I said, I've heard about it, but I haven't heard much in terms of specifics. I'll look into it, though. I'm always curious about just reading about MMOs. Like, I'll keep track of, like, MMOs that are currently on the market, even if I don't play them. But usually if something is out there and people are like, oh yeah, this is like, you know, a fun MMO, I'll look into it and just keep an eye on it. Like, see how it's doing, that kind of stuff. So I need to get Verdant Peat Moss and Lush Peat Moss. But Gamer Unknown, what do you run for hatchets? Is that like close to your hatchet build, or you running like different abilities and stuff? Because I am curious what other people think about that hatchet build, because I've showed it to my friends, and my friends agree that it's a good build. They've been running something similar, but every single hatchet build I've seen online runs at least one other ability, and I would imagine that's for world PvP. I'm curious to see what the general opinion is on a hatchet build like that, because it's not something that I've seen a lot of people talking about. My other builds are fairly straightforward, though. Like, my rapier builds, I'm using Fleshe for world content, but I would go down the Tondo tree if it was dungeon tanking. I just, you know, haven't really done enough endgame dungeons to justify it. And rapier right now is just, like, hard carrying me in terms of world content, so figure I should stick with that. You're running something similar, but you're only hatchet level 10. You're going down Berserk, and you picked up the throwing talent. Yeah, definitely Feral Rush. There's absolutely a case to be made for it for world content. So that is definitely a good option. In fact, if you watch some of my earlier streams, and I think you've been here for some of my earlier streams, so you probably remember that I was running it for a while. There's absolutely a justification for running that, I would say. And I agree, though, that you should go mostly down Berserk, and then definitely early on pick up the hatchet throw. So, like, the way that I would build hatchet is I would say all the way down Berserk first. Like, you want to get this while in your Berserk, your attacks are uninterruptible. Like, this entire tree is, in my opinion, your top priority. Then after you get this, I would say aim throw, just because having the ability to do a hatchet throw is really, really good. Then probably like against all odds, fortifying strikes, accumulated power, and then probably relentless fury. And then after that, like, I think at that point you'll unlock Defy Death. If not, then Desperate Refresh and then Defy Death. And then you can start going down this tree, and then you can take Enraged Strikes and Frenzied Purge. Unless you're going with, like you said, Feral Rush, in which case I would say just take 1 point in Feral Rush instead of Refreshing Strikes or Desperate Refresh or whatever it's called. And then still get Defy Death. But that's like probably the best build order for Hatchet, in my opinion. Gold vein. I couldn't even see the gold. It's so dark in here and there's no glow effect on it. I really like the aesthetic of this area, like the bioluminescent cave. It's honestly pretty sick. You missed the last week's streams? Ah, no problem. Last week's streams were like... Honestly, the only exciting thing I did was the depths, I guess. It was mostly just me finishing up leveling, so nothing too special. Like, first two streams were like my first time playing New World, so I think those were more fun. And these should hopefully be a bit more fun since I can do kind of whatever I want. I'm just kind of exploring around, gathering stuff, and, you know, doing content. Alright, finish that quest. Perfect. I'm honestly kind of lost right now, though. Collect mossy sample. Haven't I already gotten everything I need? Yeah, okay. This cave is like a fucking maze, man. Anything good? Oh, there's an ancient coffer. About this way. Oh, another ancient urn. Nice. And I think I'm just gonna go out the back exit. Unless, is this... No, that's just a rock. It's so hard to tell. But yeah, hatchet builds are weird. Honestly, hatchet is just kind of unique in that you can run almost anything on hatchet, and it's pretty good. Like, I would say that I think my hatchet build is the best, but that being said, like, even if you are running, you know, Feral Rush, Raging Torrent, right? Rending Throw is still good. Even Social Distancing isn't a bad ability. I would say Hatchet is probably one of the only weapons in the game where every single one of its abilities has, like, some use case. There's a lot of things where, you know, one of their abilities is just kind of shit. Like, what's a good example? For Rapier, I would say that this ability, Flurry, is just, like, really dog shit. I really, really don't think Flurry is good. The only reason to use Flurry would be, like, massive stamina damage, but there are better weapons for doing stamina damage, and it locks you into, it locks you into, like, the animation for just way too long. Like, I don't think Flourish and Finish is good. I honestly don't think this build is, like, really great, but if you really wanted to go with, like, a full single-target Rapier Bleed build, I could maybe see this. Like, if you didn't need to tank and you didn't need to run Riposte, like, maybe you go, like, Tondo, Flourish and Finish, and Evade. Maybe I could see that. Tondo's good. Obviously, all of these are good. But, like, that one ability is really trash. I honestly think Leaping Strike is a pretty shit ability for Sword and Shield. It's a mobility thing, but it's just not really good. Like, I don't think that Shield Rush is good. It's a kind of an unpopular opinion because a lot of people run Shield Rush, but I think it's kind of shit. Just because so many people think that, like, oh, every single CC related ability is really good for tanking. And knocking back enemies, sure, it's crowd control, but it's like the opposite of what you want to do as a tank. But Shield Rush does have a use case in PvP, so I do think it's good there. You could argue that maybe, like, every one of Sword and Shield's abilities is good. Like, Leaping Strike isn't great, but I could see people maybe using it. You go Tondo because parry is too counterproductive for dodge build, unless for a tank. Yeah, I mean, for Riposte, I would say 100%, like, you need to run. Like, for tanking, these two abilities are mandatory. Evade is just nutty. Evade is stupidly powerful. And then Riposte is obviously mandatory for a tank for two reasons. One, it just reflects an instance of damage, which is really, really good. Do not underestimate the power of Riposte. And it also gives you a taunt. But I do think that if you get really good at using Riposte, it's a very strong ability. But it's not, like, 100% reliable. I could see it maybe, like, not working out super well for you in every case. But what I would do, Fleche is obviously a really, really good ability for world content. But for dungeon tanking, if you're using Hatchet, you would only use Hatchet on a boss. And as such, Fleche really has no use case. There's just no case in a boss fight as a tank when you would want to use Fleche. It would fuck your positioning. It's just not great. So Tondo is really powerful. The build that I'm eventually going to go with rapier tanking is evade, riposte, Tondo, and then I'm just going to take some of the passives. All the passives I have aren't the ones I'm going to keep. I'm going to swap them around a little bit because there are some passives that only work if you have a rapier bleed on your target, and because I'm actually not running any rapier bleeds yet, they're worthless for me. But if you're running Tondo, they're very strong, so there's that. But I do agree that Tondo is a very powerful ability. Ooh, there's a page. What else? Spear. I think Cyclone is probably the weakest and probably most useless spear ability. Maybe in PvP. I haven't seen anybody running this in PvP, but like I could see it being good. Sweep is really good. Javelin's really good. Every single ability on the right side of the tree is really good for spear. Maelstrom's pretty shit. I think, yeah, Maelstrom is the only ability I haven't really been seeing people run on Great Axe, but every other ability is really good. Mighty Gavel is probably the weakest ability in the Warhammer tree. I think I haven't seen a single person run Mighty Gavel. You see a ton of these three. I've seen a decent amount of Wrecking Ball and Armor Breaker, but I've seen like 0 people running Mighty Gavel. What about these? I mean, I've seen barely any bow and musket users as is. And all the abilities on Ice Gauntlet and Fire Staff look the same to me, and I haven't played around with it, so I don't know. I've definitely seen like almost every ability run on Life Staff. I think people are still kind of experimenting with how they want to build Life Staff. This is going to be a good source of Azoth water if people haven't already looted it. It's unfortunate. Oh, it's an elite. Alright. Your new world experience has been a lot of waiting for your friends to be able to play, so you end up out-leveling them while doing professions. Yeah, I feel that. I started late, so my new world experience has been catching up to my friends, but I think I did a pretty good job at that. Now, they're already 60, and they've been 60 since I was like 40-something, so I've done a pretty good job, I feel like, catching up really, really fast. After all, my friend Max has been playing this game for over 300 hours, and he's still not max level. And I'm 60, and I've been playing for about 150. It took me about 130 to get there. Okay, so I finished that quest. I could go over there, or I could just head into Reekwater. I think I'm just going to head into Reekwater. Yeah. Ooh, can I actually loot this Azoth water? Yeah. Nice. Anything else? Wordwood? No, it doesn't look like it. Alright. South we go. Yeah, at the moment, since I am, I showed this earlier, but I'm running Dex Con, so that's what I've been building towards. As a result, the main weapons that I'm using are Sword and Shield, Rapier, and Hatchet. This effectively means that I can't run Hammer and Great Axe. Now, both Hammer and Great Axe are good weapons, but I don't feel that they fill any niches. Like, Hatchet has 2 niches. Hatchet is just absurdly powerful. I would say it's probably the single most powerful weapon in the entire game right now, in like just universal scenarios. It may not be like the best weapon at everything, but it's like one of the best weapons at everything. It's just stupidly good. And Hatchet, especially on AoE, just does mongo damage. So I would say that's Hatchet's biggest strength. It has Berserk, which is just probably the strongest ability in the entire game. I think that's a pretty fair statement. So that's a really powerful aspect of Hatchet. And the other strength that Hatchet has is it has the only cheat death in the entire game. And that's pretty significant. So all of those factors, I think, make Hatchet just one of the best weapons to have, especially for tanks. And what I'm going to be doing is, for AoE tanking, I'm primarily going to be using my Hatchet. And I think that that is, generally speaking, the way to go. There are other weapons that you can use for AoE tanking. I think Hammer is a really good option. I think Great Axe is a really good option, and Sword and Shield is solid too. All four of those weapons, I think, are solid for AoE tanking, but my opinion is that Hatchet is, generally speaking, the strongest. If you're running Strength, I think you would run, like, Hatchet Hammer. If you're running Dex, Hatchet Sword and Shield is probably the best combo. But probably you could argue that, like, Hatchet Hammer is a better combo for AoE, but only slightly. But the key to my build comes for single target boss tanking. Because on single target boss tanking, for Strength, the best combo is Hatchet, Sword, and Shield. Sword and Shield, I think you're going to run on every single boss no matter what. It's just a very, very, very flexible option. It's always nice to have. And there is no other really powerful single target tanking weapon, because the way that you're going to want to build Great Axe, if you're running it, is for AoE. And Hammer, well, it's not bad at single target, it's just not great. Same with Hatchet. Hatchet is good at single target, but it doesn't specialize in single target. It's mostly an AoE weapon that can do single target pretty effectively. Sword is kind of similar, but Sword does do solid single target, and Sword also has really good blocking capabilities. However, the two tanking weapons that work exceptionally well for boss tanking is Spear and Rapier. Most importantly, Rapier. Rapier is absurdly powerful as a boss tanking weapon, and that is why I've been going Dex Con. Spear is kind of weird. I don't think it really works all that well. It's a powerful option in terms of the utility that it provides, but it's just way too hard to make work. I'm going to continue trying it, but at the moment it's not something that I'm running. I'm mostly just running Hatchet, Sword and Shield, and Rapier. But I feel that the power increase of Rapier on single target is larger than the power increase of Hammer on AoE, if that makes sense. And especially like Great Axe, right? Like Great Axe is really good on AoE, but Great Axe is also a really powerful DPS weapon. So the main issue with not running Great Axe is that you might not have gravity well, but there are so many people using Great Axe as a DPS that you're almost always guaranteed to have some Great Axe user in your party, and therefore they're probably going to be running gravity well. You'll probably have that covered. So realistically, it's basically, do you want Hammer or do you want Rapier? And both are really good, but I think that Rapier is stronger within its respective niche than Hammer is in its respective niche. So that's why I'm running Dex. But there is an argument to be made for both. And I think when I eventually make my New World tanking guide, I'm going to cover both sides of it. I'm going to basically be like, hey, you can build Strength or you can build Dex. If you build Strength, this is what you should play. If you build Dex, this is what you should play. At this point, it's kind of irrelevant because, like, both Dex tanks and Strength tanks can do all content. I don't really think that the dungeons in the game at the moment are hard enough to force you to run like a super meta build. Hell, you could probably play like an intellect tank or intelligence tank and still clear all of the content. It would be even less viable, but that's just how, not hard this stuff is if you have a good party. So the key with theory crafting really comes down to, when they eventually release harder content, you want to know what the best stuff is so that you can go into the new content and already be fully prepared for it. That's at least how I've been approaching theory crafting in this game. And so far it's been fun. Honestly, one of the things that I think people don't realize is theory crafting doesn't really rely on everything working properly, right? Like, people will say, oh, well, the perks don't work correctly. And it's like, well, as long as the perks eventually work the way that they say they will, I can still theory craft just fine, because I can say that, in a perfect world, if this perk actually did what it was supposed to do, this is what you would run. It's also like, everybody will say right now that the way that you're supposed to tank in New World is by running all resilience perks. And technically, because resilient is bugged, that is true. But in theory, you don't want to run resilient perks. Critical damage reduction while tanking dungeons is complete trash. It's only good if it's flat damage reduction. Because, you know, a lot of the damage you're going to be taking is just regular white hits. And if you can't reduce that, then, you know, it's whatever. It's not to say that resilience would be bad if it only did critical. It just wouldn't be good enough to warrant stacking it. Okay, now I need to probably focus. Ah, shit. Okay, I need to not die here. Oh, no. Oh no, the weapon bug. Okay. Heal. Oh, that teleported me around a little bit. Come on. Oh. Oh, come on. Why are none of my attacks actually hitting? That's so annoying. There we go. Alright. Bears down. It's funny because spears are the best weapons in history for sure, except for the trebuchet. Yeah. I mean, spear is still a really good weapon in this game. I think a lot of people are sleeping on spear in New World as a damage weapon. For DPS, I honestly think spear is like mega underrated. If you know how to play it, it can put out some crazy numbers. It's really weird for tanking because boss positioning is such a major part of tanking. And as a spear, you're like a fucking acrobat, just like bouncing around all over the place. So it's really hard to position a boss in like a set location if you're constantly just like bouncing all over the place with a spear. That's the main problem with it. But it's still a very powerful weapon. What are my sword and board talents? I haven't fully leveled it up. This is what I have so far. I would recommend basically doing exactly what I've been doing in this. So my ideal build for sword and board would be, first things first, you put 3 points into here to get Defiant Stance. That's the most important thing. Then you take Whirling Blade. Then you take Reverse Stab. You go all the way down to the last point of Reverse Stab. Then I would say there's other things you could do. So Empowered Stab is a good one. Opportunist is another good one. Then probably Precision, Counterattack. These are all good passives. Then after you have those, all the way down the Whirling Blade thing. Then take Leadership. And then after you have Leadership, you can kind of approach the rest of the passives in any order. I would say probably something like Final Blow into Recuperation could be good. Final Countdown into Recuperation could be good. There's a lot of really good passives at that point that aren't worth taking right off the bat, but are good once you already have Leadership. But basically, your two priorities with Sword and Shield is getting Defiant Stance ASAP, and then getting Leadership ASAP. So, that's the way you want to build it, and at that point, you can just kind of go around, pick all the best talents in whatever order you see fit. Play a trebuchet character. I mean, I think there are trebuchets in this game, right? It's just like they're siege weapons and stuff. So, I haven't done any of like the sieges or battles or things like that. It's something that I would like to do eventually, but my friends have told me that like wars at this point are kind of jank because like, you know, it's kind of difficult to like do all the, you know, like competitive PvP and stuff when there's so many bugs in the game. It sounds fun. It sounds like the kind of thing that I will enjoy, but at the moment, it's just really hard for me to like want to get invested in that. Because if I get like really invested into doing wars in New World and then like we lose Windsward because we get like cheesed by a bug or something like that, I would be really frustrated. But right now, like if my faction loses Windsward because we get cheesed by a bug, I'll be mildly frustrated that we no longer control it, but I won't be like, oh man, we lost that war. I'll just be like, ah, that sucks. I can't really like fully invest in something if I know there's a chance of me just getting like mega tilted. It's the reason that I no longer play Hearthstone. Hearthstone was a game that I had a lot of fun with. Well, something sold, but the game didn't tell me what it was. But either way, I made 28 coins. I don't know why I got territory standing for that. Alright. But yeah, Hearthstone was a game that I had a lot of fun with, but it would just tilt the shit out of me constantly. So it got to a point where I just had to stop playing it because the times when I had fun were starting to get like outweighed by the times when I just got mega tilted. And it was just kind of bad for my mental health at that point. I think I should be able to mine this without that mob pulling. Hopefully. Ooh, nice. But don't I have something that increases my mining luck? Yeah, I can put this on. That seems kind of overpowered that you can have like a set of armor just for mining luck, swap to that, and then boom. Mine a node, you get increased chance to find rare shit, and oh, you're just good to go. Alright. Didn't get anything good that time, but you know, oh well. If there's more platinum, I could swap back to it again. Not seeing anything. Oh shit! Ow. Alright. I don't want to pull that mob. I pulled that mob. Fuck. Oh, fuck! Oh, this is bad. Okay. Can't die here. Holy shit! What? No lag? Okay. Oh, platinum. Ooh, I need that. Oh. That was close. I don't want to do that again. Oh. Okay. Let me go grab this platinum, though. I really hate how much I get staggered. It's so hard to land consistent attacks because of how often I get staggered if I'm fighting multiple mobs. When danger reared its ugly head, he bravely turned his tail and fled. I mean, sometimes that's the smartest move, let's be real. Oof. Yeah, I'm not like... I'm not gonna run immediately, but if I'm fighting mobs and I realize every time I try to attack, I just get immediately staggered, it's frustrating. That's one of those cases where Rapier really shines, because Rapier allows you to put out like a shit ton of damage in situations like that, where because Evade gives you like momentary iframes, you can basically run in, evade, and just do a shit ton of damage, get low, and then kite for a little bit, and then rinse repeat. It's not the best thing in the world, and you're gonna take a good amount of damage, but it does give you like windows of opportunity. Whereas there, because the mobs were just like staggering me at like random intervals, I just couldn't get a chance to go in it. Oh, Jesus. How do they pull from so far, man? What the fuck is that range? Woo! That was actually sick. Fucking hell. Might as well get that chest since I'm close by. I feel like some mobs definitely pull from way too far. Oh, wow, that actually is not bad. Reinforced skinning luck, too. Ooh. I might just keep that, honestly. Use it for skinning. I'm farming that. Can't hurt. At this point, I do need to start, like, putting together a luck set for gathering. I haven't really concerned myself with that while leveling, but I think any, like, luck items that I get at this point, I should hold on to for sure. So this is harvesting. Do I? No, I have leatherworking, mining, and skinning. Swiftly taking to his feet, he beat a very brave retreat. I mean, either you are like the best poet in the world or you got that from somewhere, because that's pretty fucking good. Okay, I'm getting close to Reekwater's town, which is good because I'm like almost getting myself killed at multiple points out here. Monty Python? I see. I should watch Monty Python at some point. Never seen it, but I've heard good things about it. Well, I've heard mixed things about it. My dad hates Monty Python, but I've had a lot of people tell me about Monty Python, and the way they describe it, it sounds like my kind of humor, honestly. But my dad and I have like a bit of a different sense of humor, so it's entirely possible that it's something that I will end up enjoying that, you know, he just doesn't. Don't know, though. A gamer unknown with a sick guess there. What plant is this? Weeping shellbed. Huh. It's maximum silly. Yeah, I've seen some clips of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. on YouTube, like it just pops up in my recommended at random points. And the ones that I've seen are pretty funny, so it's entirely possible that I might, actually like watching the full thing. Is that Azoth water? Nice. I've never seen it just in the middle of a normal water place. It's usually by, like, angry earth spots. Jewel crafting takes forever? Yeah. I haven't even bothered, man. My jewel crafting's what, like level 2? Where is it? Yeah, level 2. I crafted like one thing in jewel crafting and realized, oh god, this gives like no experience. And then I just stopped. Alright, I'll swing by the town. Oh, ho, ho. This looks sick! And people say New World has copy-paste towns. This is fucking awesome! This is not copy-paste at all. This is like the most unique shit I've seen in this game so far. And I thought the Weaver's Fen town was cool. This is fucking awesome! Oh. Say what you will about this game. The art is fucking amazing. Second to none. Holy shit, that's so cool. Would say it's not worth the effort if most crafted gear wasn't pretty good. Yeah, I do know that max level jewel crafting, it's worth it, right? You get a lot of really good shit from max level crafting, especially jewel crafting. Ooh. I dig the music. Like, this is sick. This is fucking sick. I could see myself getting a house here. Like, honestly, I don't know. It's close enough to Windsward and Everfall. I would only ever get a house in Reekwater if we controlled it, which at the moment we don't. And I don't think we're attacking it anytime soon. Like, if I look at upcoming wars, we're defending Everfall and we're attacking Ebonscale. So yeah, doesn't look like we have any plans to attack it anytime soon. Congrats, Harl, you're the most excited YouTuber I've ever seen. Really? I don't know. I don't think I come close to some of those, like, children's YouTubers, right? The ones that are like, what's up, guys? Today we're going to be doing a something challenge in Minecraft and blah, 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 blah. Like, I get excited about stuff, but I don't have, like, Minecraft Let's Play YouTuber energy. I haven't reached that level yet. Like, I can get really excited about some stuff, but I can't force it. Which is why, like, I remember there was one comment I got. Honestly excited. Yeah, fair. I forget what it was, but, like, there was some video that I had where, like, I forget what happened, but something happened and I thought it was, like, absolutely hilarious, and I was, like, laughing my ass off. And I got, like, a YouTube comment basically saying, like, your fake laugh tells the world the type of person you are. And it was, like, that was the meanest comment I've ever received, because not only was my laugh 100% genuine, like, I wasn't faking laughter, but, like, that's just such a cruel way to put it, too. Like, saying that, like, because he thought I was fake laughing, it says the type of person I am. I was like, wow! Like, I've never seen somebody say something so harsh. Like, I've seen comments saying, like, oh, I don't like your video, etc. And, like, I mean, it sucks, but it's like, whatever. But that comment, that one, honestly, I was like, ooh, like, that one got to me. Like, didn't really get to me, because, like, obviously I wasn't fake laughing, but, like, the fact that somebody would say that to me was like, damn. It did sting a little bit. Angry people, yeah. For sure. I don't disagree with you there. You know, you're gonna get people saying shitty stuff like that, but it's one of those things where, like, I've tried to get better at that. I've tried to, like, not, like, you know, internalize, like, really angry comments and stuff like that. But it is really hard sometimes when, you know, you're already having a shitty day, and then, like, YouTube notifies you, and you're like, oh, hey, you know, I got a YouTube comment. I wonder what it says. And it's just something like that. You're like, oof. It really does not go well sometimes. Timing can really, you know, fuck you over with your mental state and stuff. Now let me store some shit. Oh! When the fuck did I get this? Huh. Pristine Onyx. I didn't notice that popping up. Must have missed it, huh? I'll throw this away. I'll store my jewels, but that's nuts. Tier 5 Onyx is really, really good. I have, I think, only 3 Tier 5 gems. That's my third, and then I got a Tier 5 Carnelian, which is nuts, because Carnelian's, like, really good for tanking. So the fact that, I think it was actually my first Tier 5 gem, if I remember correctly. Oh, shit. Okay, it's not deep enough to kill me. Can I climb? Okay, thank God. But yeah, I have a Tier 5 Carnelian, a Tier 5 Topaz, and then that's my third. Should transfer to my server and give me the Onyx. It's not worth anything. For sure. I believe you. Ooh. Lazarus quest. I'll hold on to this for when I eventually do Lazarus. So what do I got? That one sends me way down there. But this is good. Okay, so I can hit these 3 in a row while heading this way. No, I'm not going to do that. If that sends me that far out, Explorers needed. Why is this a level 39 quest? That has to be a display issue. I think it's supposed to say 59. Okay. I'll do Secrets of the Swamp. And then... So that's On Floral Fauna, an Expanding Threat, and Secrets of the Swamp. So I have 3 quests. Cool. Oh, that's sick. I love Reek Water. You can jump across the little ships. That's so fucking cool. This zone is awesome. I feel like they could create such a cool jumping puzzle with that. Where, like, there's, like, a treasure in the middle of a lagoon, and you have to, like, jump across little ships to actually reach it. Oh, there is so much potential there. I think that this gives me, like, Guild Wars 2 vibes in terms of, like, jumping puzzle potential. The unfortunate thing is they're scaling back jumping puzzles in Guild Wars 2. But that could be sick. That could be really, really sick. Furnishing is a pain in the ass, but less so than jewel crafting. I've heard that furnishing is the hardest thing. Why can't I... Oh. Oh, that hit me. Oh! Did not expect the multi-hit there. Ow. Okay, let me swap to Hatchet. Try to hit me now. I'm uninterruptible. Ha ha ha. Yeah, see if I care. Easy. This is going to be good for weapon skill farming. These things give tons. I'm garbage. Oh, this is bad. Oh, shit! I almost fell. I'm probably going to get interrupted. Got it. Oh, that hurt. Nice. Okay, so all I need to do is reach these points. So I actually don't need to fight anything. I just need to get the Ancient Stone Tablet rubbings. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. I need to swap to Rapier for this. Fuck. Oh, nice. This guy's helping me. Oh, shit. Oh, this guy's nice. Ow! Ow! Damn it! This thing has such a long reach. I might be able to get this. Got it. Nice. This thing has such a long range. Holy shit. I'm getting some good shit from these quests, or chests, though. This is hopefully my last ancient plaque. Yep, that's it. Awesome. That's gonna be tough. Okay. Okay, got it. Fucking hell, these things have range! Alright. I'm alive. This is fun. I feel like I have the tools to deal with stuff like that, but I have to actually, like, carefully plan out my pulls. Ow! Fucking wolf? That thing almost trampled me. Ooh. Alright. I do need to get some more potions soon. So I only have 39 potions. It's gonna last me a decent bit, but if I keep doing shit like that, I'm gonna run out before long. What is my favorite part about New World so far? Hard to say. Probably the combat, honestly. I really love the action combat. It's janky, but it's fun.
Yes. Excellent.
I think it has a lot of potential to be really good if they iron out some of the kinks. Like, I think that the fact that you get staggered by, like, literally everything is definitely not great and should probably be looked into a little bit. But for the most part, it's really fun, honestly. Okay, so at this point, oh, so that's where Lazarus is. Huh. All right, I'll head north. I'll do those quests. Actually, I could probably grab a new faction mission, maybe?
Good health to you, Marauder. What is your request?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do this one. Raid Bleachwood Coast.
Good health to you, Marauder. What is your request?
Yeah, whatever. I'll head north, I'll do these quests. Didn't really collect a lot there, so I probably don't need to store anything. Should be good to go. But yeah, I really like New World's combat. I think it has a lot of potential to be really fun. Especially because, like, I love Rapier, and Rapier is just, it's so good. I really don't know why people haven't been playing with Rapier. I think it's one of those things where once people realize how strong it has the potential to be, they'll swap to it. Because I've seen people on Reddit saying stuff like, the dex weapons are all really shit, which I disagree with. I think that there is a high skill cap on musket and bow, and there is definitely a skill cap on Rapier too. Rapier is not the easiest thing in the world to use, but when you really get the feel for the combat with it, it's so nice. It puts out tons of damage, it feels really good. It's a fun weapon. Okay. Ow! Didn't think this boar would aggro. You would say your favorite part about New World so far is the professions and gathering. You've done that the most. Combat comes close but falls short because it feels a little unresponsive. I agree that the responsiveness leaves a little bit to be desired. I'm more talking about like what I think has the most potential. But I do agree that at the moment the combat is a little bit jank. Ooh, Azothwire. Now, I like New World's professions, but admittedly, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here. New World's professions don't hold a candle to Final Fantasy's professions. Everybody's saying New World has a good profession system. Like, they're not wrong. It has a good profession system. But I've seen people say, oh, New World has, like, the best profession system in an MMO in years, and that is just patently untrue. Those people have not played Final Fantasy XIV. The profession system in FF it's just so much better than any MMO that I've ever seen. Not even close. So I like the professions in New World. I think they're good. but they are not anything special when you compare it to FF14. But they're definitely, I would say they're the second best. They're pretty standard. The professions in New World work about the same as like any other profession in like Guild Wars 2 or World of Warcraft kind of does, but they're like a very polished and well-made version of that profession system. You haven't played FF, so I couldn't say it's the best system, but I like New Worlds. Yeah, I agree. New Worlds is good. I would say there's two ways to approach crafting and gathering. You could approach it the way New World does, and like most MMOs do, where you just find an ingredient out in the world, you gather it and stuff like that, and it's more about just like farming, and then when you eventually get the materials, you craft the stuff and you're good to go. Oh my god, how many mobs are there? FF's profession system is unique in that it requires you to actually have skill to progress through the crafting system. It's something that's really hard to like understand unless you've actually played through it yourself. So that's why I think so many people don't understand what makes it so good, because they haven't seen it. But when you've experienced Final Fantasy's crafting professions, it's so hard to really enjoy anything else the same. Because it's just so nice. Second. Oh, that's an actual mob. Nice. Yeah, so the gist of Final Fantasy's crafting system is you get the ingredients, but even if you have all of the ingredients required to make a recipe, it's not as simple as just, oh, you craft the recipe. You have to actually like execute your abilities in the right order to craft the recipe properly. And depending on how well you do the crafting process, you can get a better like product. So Final Fantasy's crafting system basically puts an emphasis on actually understanding like your abilities and your crafting like system and stuff like that. So people who do more research and do more practice on the crafting stuff will actually end up making more money and like basically creating better rewards by nature of that. It basically rewards you for understanding the actual crafting systems better. It's not just gather materials, press craft button, and you're good to go. It's something that's really hard to truly describe if you haven't done it yet, but when you get really deep into the Final Fantasy crafting system, it's so hard to enjoy anything else. The only profession you haven't touched because you don't care for it is fishing. That's actually funny, because I would say New World's best profession is fishing. My personal opinion, right? But I think that New World's fishing system actually is the most unique out of any MMO. I would say out of all of its professions, that is the most unique thing. Now, I am not the biggest fan of fishing in any game. It's something that I usually enjoy as like a side hobby, but it's not like the thing that I'll play a game for. But having played a lot of different MMOs and having done fishing in every single one of them, New World's fishing is the most unique by far, and it's, in my opinion, the thing that I think New World does the best in terms of design, right? Fishing is one of those things where you're either going to love it or hate it, so I think that no matter how good you make a fishing system, it's not going to appeal to everybody. But in terms of like clever design, New World takes the cake for fishing. They did a very, very good job capturing like the essence of fishing in this system. And I also think that fishing is probably the most skill-oriented profession in New World, which it's funny that Final Fantasy's fishing is actually probably its weakest aspect. Whereas like fishing in New World is like the strongest aspect of it. So, you know, there's that. Nice. You want to play New World, but your PC GTX 1050 Ryzen 5. Unfortunately, I don't know much about computers, so I don't know what all that like. I know what you're saying. That's like your computer specs, but I don't know much about like how good that is or not. But you're saying can only run it in 40 to 50 FPS. Yeah. I mean, I've never been like a big person who like cares about FPS and stuff like that. So I don't think that New World runs amazingly on my computer. Like, it runs okay. But it's never been, like, my top priority to have, like, top-of-the-line graphics. I just want something functional. Like, I play on a laptop, right? I don't play on a PC. So I've never been super concerned about having, like, super good specs on my computer. Oh, that's running on low? I guess my settings are a bit higher on New World, so, yeah. It definitely is a bit intensive in terms of, like, you know, what it requires from you, which I think is a bit limiting for most people. It's going to be harder to get people to play a game if the graphical requirements are, like, really high, just because that's an additional barrier to entry, but admittedly, that is a big strength of New World. It's, like, graphically, it is one of the nicest looking MMOs I've seen in a long time. It is a decently demanding game, for sure. 1 second. Alright, I took my headphones off momentarily, but they're should be good to go now. Alright. The lore page is in that direction. These stags are actually going to be a really nice way to level logging. Because the stags don't fight back. You can murder them really quickly. The wolves also have a surprisingly low amount of health. I feel like they have even less health than the ones I was fighting up in Eden Grove. So this seems like it would be an even better way to level logging. Did you overclock your GPU? Are you asking me or OJ? Because I have not, but can't speak for OJ, obviously. Ooh. Blister Weave. That's good. I don't know what I can do with it, but it's orange, and orange is good. I'm just able to outrun this war without doing anything. Alright. Nice. Should have used the tag. No problem, man. You're good. That's why I checked. I figured you were asking him, but I also, like, if somebody's asking something to somebody in chat and they don't specify, I always, like, I feel bad because I'm like, what if, like, maybe I'm just assuming that and then, like, I ignore somebody's question? So I always do like to clarify that because I never want somebody to feel like I'm ignoring them. I saw the teleport light. Oh, it's that direction. Okay, so somewhere over there. I'll get that eventually. Weeping Shellbed. Oh yeah, this is the thing that I got earlier. So I need to loot chests at Virid Grotto. Fuck that up. It's good to know that if you kill the minions, or kill the master, the minions despawn. Makes it a little bit easier. Natural selection. Oh, cool. For defeating angry Earth enemies. That's a cool achievement name. Overclocking might be able to push out a few more frames if you aren't already. Interesting. This is giving me decent weapon XP. Oh, there's so much wordlet in there. Oh. That's going to be really good. It almost feels like it's pointless to get wordwood trees, though. Like, to an extent. Because I'm able to get so much XP just by doing, like, the enemies that I can log for wormwood. Even with a 260, you overclock just because your system can handle the extra push. Interesting. Okay, actually, come to think of it, my favorite part about New World, if I had to pick one small detail, that is my absolute favorite part about this game, it's the way that you chop down trees. And they fall over and, like, roll down. Sometimes they clip through shit. But visually, if I could pick, like, one tiny detail, it's the tree cutting animation. It looks so fucking cool. Oh. The Grotto's Thorn? That's sick. Did that mob pull on me? I swear to God, if I, like, just aggroed the entire area just by walking in here... Yeah, I already aggroed that. Fuck me! Come on! Why does everything pull from so far away? That's so dumb. Yep, and I pulled the fucking elite in the middle. And now I've pulled literally everything in here. Oh my God, and now I'm rooted. Come on. This just, yeah, this is a little bit frustrating. It definitely feels really unpolished when you get shit like this, where just pulling one mob aggroes everything in a mile radius. It's like, okay, nobody tested that. Come on. That's kind of frustrating. I can't even get close to it. I guess I just sit here and tank stuff. Honestly, this isn't a terrible way to just kill this thing. Just because it's not doing much damage to me from this distance. I can just heal most of it back with Berserk. Just do this. Jesus Christ, come on! Okay, that's a little bit bullshit. I think I'm dead. I'm stuck. I can't move. Come on! Ah! I fucking hate this game sometimes. Just getting chain stunned? I can't fucking move. Fucking bullshit. That felt really fucking bullshit. It's like it pulls from across the fucking map. What am I supposed to do? I think I would basically need to do that with a rapier hatchet and just go in, do a bit of damage, and then fucking run, heal with hatchet. But even then, that felt like fucking bullcrap. Fuck me, man. And that's where I start to dislike New World's combat system a little bit. Glimmerfen? Yeah, that's that place. 2 shuttles. Alright. I guess. Alright. Whatever. This thing's almost broken. And it's not too expensive to repair. I am going to put my other items in my storage. I didn't think I would die to stupid bullshit like that, so... Now that I know that there's shit like that, it's... yeah. I'll just store this. Did I at least finish the quest? I fucking didn't. Oh, man. Okay.
Good health to you, Marauder. What is your request?
Okay, I have 2 Lazarus quests now. That's gonna be good for later. Doesn't really help me at the immediate moment, though.
Greetings, yeah.
Where's that quest? Oh, perfect. It's right there. Fresh dryad cuttings. Alright, well. At least the nice thing is the new quests I got send me right back to the place where I was passing through, so... I technically didn't lose that much time, because I would have had to travel back out here anyway, but... I am more or less just trying to justify it to myself. Now, Sword and Shield is good, but it's so bad for soloing, just because the weapon animations just really don't work. Like, Defiant Stance is good if you have somebody healing you, but the animation is too long. Whirling Blade is too easy to get staggered with. And Reverse Stab is nice, but that's about it. Got... Fuck. The Muddy Minions only have 1 HP. In that case, I should probably kill them just to make things easier. Because if I just tap them once with a hatchet throw, that'll vastly reduce my incoming damage. Alright. Now, I need to loot stuff from chests here, but I did just clear out every chest. So, does this reset my chest so I can do this quest, or am I just kind of fucked? Loot, powerful mana potion, cool. There's Azoth water over there. It does reset my chests. Alright, that's pretty nuts. Or maybe it only lets me get the quest items. That would make sense, I suppose. Cool. Now I just need dryad cuttings. Should probably start using my sword and shield more, though, because I do need to level that. It's just unfortunately really difficult to level that up, because it's not the best weapon to actually use in world content. One thing I'd like to try is, like, I want to see how efficient I could do, like, speedrunning, or speed leveling in this game. Because it feels like it has a lot of potential for that. It's just, at the moment, I have no real incentive to do that. But it could be a lot of fun. I'm rooted. Ah! Okay, this is problematic. Come on, why is it... Oh, it's lagging out and getting rid of my weapon swap. Oh my god, I'm getting fucked. I'm getting completely fucked by the weapon swap bug. I'm just getting the fuck out of here. Fuck this. How are none of these hits going through? Come on. I don't know if that's lag or shitty hitboxes or what, but I hit so many times there and it did not register. Awkward because you love Sword and Shield while leveling in open worlds. It's not the worst, but it's just not the best, right? Rapier and Hatchet are just so much better for open worlds. Okay, that did not connect for some reason. Come on, how is that not hitting? I feel like I'm getting robbed here, but I can't say for sure. Oh my god. How did that not hit? What are these hitboxes, man? Oh my god. Oh shit, it's doing that thing. Alright, there we go. Oh, that was challenging. Oh hey, a thing that I didn't loot before. If you do speed leveling, I would be happy to help on my server and get you gear while leveling. So I appreciate the offer for starters, but if I do speed leveling, first of all, I would be defining the rule set, right? And the first thing that I would do while defining the rule set is banning all external help. I think that, generally speaking, with a few exceptions, right? Like, I think heirlooms in World of Warcraft, that type of stuff is fine. Because that's an account-wide benefit that is intentionally there for you to, like, you know, expedite your process while leveling alts. And that's something that most people do. But I think that outside of stuff like heirlooms, which is clearly intended to be used for leveling alts, in any leveling speedrun, you should not be able to mail over stuff to your alts. Gold, maybe. So like flying and stuff, I don't think that farming gold to be able to do flying is something that's terribly interesting. So that's something that, like, if that was not in the World of Warcraft speedrun rules already, I would say it probably should be. Final Fantasy, though, like, for instance, doesn't have any major costs like that, so I think it's fine that it has, like, you know, no cross-character things allowed. But if I was the one creating the rule set for something like that in New World, that would be the first rule that I create. No cross-accounts or cross-like character shenanigans, especially in a game like this, where you're right, you would have to help me. I would need somebody already on the server to provide me with stuff because I can't mail it over from another character because you can only have one character on every server. So to maintain fairness, I think you would have to do some sort of rule set where you have to do everything on your own. The only question that I would think would be interesting for like potential speedruns of New World would be, do you include the main story quest? And if you include the main story quest, do you allow grouping for dungeons? So obviously you can't really solo Amrine or the depths, at least not at the levels when you're intended to do it. So do you basically say no grouping at all, which is what traditionally speedruns will require you to do? Or do you say that you can group with anybody for a dungeon, in which case you would basically have people speedrun you through Amrine? But at that point, where do you draw the line? Do you say that it's okay to run dungeons with a group, and then, you know, people just XP farm their way up to 60 in a dungeon run? Or do you say that you can only do one dungeon in a group for the main story quest? There's a lot of variables there, is what I'm trying to say. And this is why when people ask me, like, oh, why does World of Warcraft have, like, this, and that for their rule set, well, for speedrunning? It's like, it's easy to basically sit there and say, oh, this is what I think the speedrun rule set should be. But in MMOs, there are so many variables, it's so hard to determine what is really fair and what is not. So, you never know. Really, it's just what everybody agrees is fair, but that doesn't always end up being the same thing. So we'll have to see if I end up actually doing that and what I decide to go with for the final rule set. Binds on pickup? Personally, if I were to make a rule set for New World leveling, I think it would be basically level 60 all MSQ quests. I think that's generally the most interesting thing. And I think nice. All right. I was worried I wasn't gonna hit that hatchet throw. In that case, I think you should be allowed to run with a preformed group for those dungeons, but you shouldn't be able to farm those dungeons. So basically, I would probably set up a rule like you can only do Amrine once for the quest, you can only do Depths once for the quest, Dynasty for the quest, etc. Same thing for all the other dungeons. And then I would say, basically, you're just not allowed to run Starstone Barrows because it's not part of the MSQ. And I don't know if Lazarus and Genesis are part of the MSQ. I don't think they are, but I could be wrong in that. Makes sense. It wouldn't be fair to those who don't have someone to get them gear on the speed server. Yeah, so here's the hardest part about speedrunning, though. Here's one thing that I've thought about. In New Worlds, fast travel is meant to be really prohibitive. And basically, you would need to, for the purpose of a speedrun, fast travel a lot. Because effectively, you know, I try to be a bit, like, conservative with my Azoth travel. I only use it if I really need to. And especially while leveling, I would be like, hey, do I need to fast travel, or can I, like, take a detour and, like, gather some materials while I'm doing that? Because, sure, I may not be making a ton of progress towards leveling, but I could be getting, like, logging experience or mining experience, something like that. That doesn't matter if you're doing a New World leveling speedrun. You would effectively ignore your professions entirely. All of your golds for New World would go towards just if there was like a really efficient town board option, you would just spend some money, get the town board thing, boom, done. Or you would use your gold to buy like equipment and stuff like that if you thought it would really help you. So you wouldn't use trade skills at all while leveling up in New World, because if it's just a speed character, at that point, you know, basically doing your trade skills is kind of irrelevant. As a result, there's also no reason to run from point A to point B and gather materials when you could just, once again, pop Azoth, fast travel there, saves you time. Then you would have to ask the question of how do you optimize Azoth fast travel? And there's one really simple way. You need to be on a server where one faction controls every single territory. So if you were able to fast travel to every single territory, except maybe Reekwater, because like Reekwater isn't super relevant until like 58, but honestly, every other zone, you kind of would need to control it if you wanted to really efficiently fast travel around. And on top of that, the most important thing is that you controlled the forts in Cutlass, First Light, and Monarchs to reduce your fast travel cost. If you had all of that, you'd be able to just basically fast travel around constantly, and it would be really overpowered. So, it's weird. Because honestly, I don't think that that's like a super reliable thing, because that means that you would only be able to speedrun on like some servers, because I would imagine there's only a handful of servers that are that dominant, or at least that have one faction that's that dominant. So, I don't know. But I would imagine that would mean that eventually, if there is one server that has something like that, then one server would become known as the speedrun server, because that would be the server that had one faction with everything. And then maybe, if somebody was doing a speedrun, because it would take like probably multiple days to actually get it done, then there's like a genuine like counter strategy to basically sabotage somebody's speedrun by trying to take back all of the territories and sabotage their Azoth fast travel. That's like something that you could genuinely do. Is it shitty? Sure, but somebody could do that. Also, what the fuck? This thing does way too much damage. Oh, the window on that is really tight. Come on. Don't do that to me. No, 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 no. Huh? No, 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 no. Just focus. Thank you, though. Okay. Son of a bitch. Come on. God damn it! Man! What is the animation time on that? It's so unclear. How the fuck do I beat that? That just feels genuinely impossible. Sometimes it immediately attacks, sometimes it just randomly has like a 3-second delay, then it hits me. And every attack does like 1/3 of my fucking hit points. I give up. I hate the zone. This is absolute fucking garbage. And I can't do that quest because it's in the middle of that fucking area. Okay, it's an Explorers Needed quest, whatever. I'm just... Where's this? Fuck that shit, man. Ah! Yeah, I don't feel like going all the way out there to do just 2 quests, so fuck it. I'll just... That's just really frustrating. The tendrils in this game honestly feel just stupidly overtuned. They melt you from range, they melt you from melee, they have ridiculous stun lock on every single one of their attacks. It's by far the hardest enemy in this game. And by hard, I mean it feels bullshit. Does not feel fun to play against it, because enemies that have massive stun lock and can just melt you from any distance, there's no counterplay to that. You just need a group. You need a healer, or you need a group so that somebody can tank its attacks while another person can DPS it. There's just no beating that shit. Another quest at Glimmerfen. Next. Fuck! Really? The next quest sends me there? Well, that's impossible. I guess I need to wait for my friends to help me with that one. Because I'm not going to be doing that shit. Fuck that. So I meant to be doing the opposite. Trying to... Can I refine anything to save space? Not really. Is there stuff I don't need? I guess I don't really need this much wordwood. In fact, I don't need any of this wordwood. I'm kind of good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care about that much. I can refine that later. Alright, back to Winsford. And then I'm gonna find something else to do, because Reekwater is just honestly extremely tilting to try and solo. Half of this shit is just clearly designed to punish you. Maybe I'll look for a group in Shattered Mountain. I'm gonna do some elite farming in general, because I still want to level up my sword and shield. I'd like to get it to like 15 or something, but it's kind of slow going. Steel ingot. Alright. Star metal. Sure. I can make some more gems. For some reason, the higher tier solvents don't actually increase the amount of gems you get, which I think is probably an oversight, but eh. Yeah, it's set at 14. And this, yep, still 14. Oh well. Brilliant Sapphire and Brilliant Ruby. Got another one. That's pretty good. Okay, I can't make any of that. I don't think I have... Yeah, I have, like, no rawhide. Can make some more star metal arrows. In fact, I actually do that. Eh, alright. Strong encumbrance potion. Pretty sure, yeah, this is what I'm using, right? I have... there are my bags. Yeah, strong encumbrance potion. Okay, so I already have a bunch of those. I've mostly been leveling my Arcana just by converting these things. But my Arcana has been pretty slow going. This is definitely one of the harder professions to level. But I figure if I just keep doing like the reagent conversion and getting skill points that way, I can eventually start crafting high-level potions and power level it. This gives a decent amount on its own. And I have to do it either way for the crafts on other professions. Arcana's probably going to be one of the ones that I get around to last, and then I just kind of buy shit and power level it. Nice, 93. And last one. Can only craft one of these. Alright. Now I'm pretty sure my storage is full at Windsward. I feel like my game just kind of like... bit of a spike for like a second there. That's weird. Basic food. I might as well carry that. I don't know why I had that in my storage. Craft mods. Yeah, I store all of that here. Arcana. I kind of want to try to sell this furniture. I don't know if anybody's going to buy it, but we'll see. Can store that there. Star metal bars. Sure. Jewels I always store here. And yeah, I would say my refining reagents. Warnsword is where I keep like a lot of my high level materials. Like for me, this is where I do difficult crafts. And then Everfall, I just have like a lot of the unrefined shit. That's where I do a lot of my crafting. Both of these towns are just really nice. I know a lot of factions or a lot of servers have like either Windsward or Everfall as their main towns. Mostly Everfall, I think. But on my server, it's kind of like both because Green has had both Windsward and Everfall since the very beginning. And they've been keeping the prices like relatively reasonable, or taxes pretty reasonable. So people have been using both. I found that buying gear, I generally have more success at... Okay, come on, game. Hello? Awesome. Can I... Small indie company. But yeah, I find that... Okay, request throttled. Thank you. I know, it's so difficult to post something on the trading post. Wait, why did it change the price? I set it to 50 and it just automatically changed my sell price to 100. Well, I'm glad it didn't go through, but... Come on! This game is actually pissing me off. I want something in this game to work properly. Throw me a bone here. Let's go with 100. Is it going to throttle this request too? Yep. Okay. Great. Okay, so I should get 8 green wood. It's still saying request throttled. I haven't done anything. Oh my god. This game is really, really fucked sometimes. Can I buy things? You're fucking shitting me, man. Why is everything in this game broken? Can this just work, please? Items? No, it's fucking not! Okay. This is just frustrating. Please, let me fucking buy green wood. Thank you. Okay. Iron ore. It's 200. Sure. Rawhide. Just go for the max amount. I need a lot of rawhide. And fibers. Alright, can I sell my things now? Is it done bugging out? $50, 3 days, place order. Yay, it worked. Whew. Okay, gems. I think that's what I wanted to sell here. I'll keep those. Keeping my cut carnelians, though, because I need that. Let's go for 35 on this. Let's go for 1 day. Cut ruby. Go for 35 on this too, and 1 day. Usually, if it's something that I feel I'm going to be undercut really quickly, I list it for only 1 day, because it's like, if somebody undercuts me, then it's not going to sell, no matter what. But, you know, if somebody doesn't undercut me and it sells, that would happen if I listed it for, 3 days or not, right? Gold candelabra. Nice. And it was cerulean place setting. Sell it for 50. Alright, so I don't want to get all of this, but let's go. It's about right. And then as much linen as I can get. 50. Okay. So now I just need, okay, just a lot of coarse leather. The main reason to do town boards, especially these, after you're already max level, is because the amount of weaponsmithing skill I get from this is pretty fucking good. Especially considering how much the materials cost, which is not much. You generally speaking get more XP for doing these town board crafts than you would by just crafting normal items. And then you also get to hand it in at the town board for coin and some territory reputation. which is pretty good. So 630 compared to like, how would I get 630? So this gives like more than a steel weapon craft. And it only requires some iron, some timber, some coarse. It's definitely efficient. Storage space is so hard to come by? Yeah, exactly. And this effectively helps you with storage space. Because by getting territory standing, you're able to increase your storage space a bit. So usually, if something will only cost me like a small amount... Oh, hey, there's another one. So I can get 3 strong health potions. Now, I could sell 3 strong health potions, but this is still going to give me a decent amount of coin. This isn't too hard to get, and it gives me decent territory standing. Like this here, I don't think I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to save my wordwood. I do kind of need that. But 10 energizing travel rations, so... that's only travel rations, and that gives... This is 10 energizing travel rations for 500 territory standing. That's a steal. Because what I can do is head over here. I can actually grab honey. Take this. Over to the kitchen. Energizing travel rations. Honey. 10. Boom. Really, really easy. And this isn't even where all my cooking ingredients are. I do all my cooking at Everfall because, for some reason, I don't know why, but the people who own Windsward have let the kitchen be tier 2 for like almost a month now. A lot of their other stuff is really high level, and in fact, their arcane repository is one of the highest level in the like nearby areas. So I do all of my like arcana stuff here. But, you know, Everfall has a tier 5 or tier 4 kitchen, so not tier 5, but everything I can currently craft only requires tier 4. And for some reason, Windsward only has a tier 2. I don't know why. So I basically have to go between Windsward and Everfall because their maxed stuff varies. There's also some towns have a cow. You can go there for milk, and that's good for making rations. That's like another really easy way to get territory standing. Oh my god. What is happening to my frame rate? Why did I come out this way? Strong health potions, right. And I already have 2 strong health potions. Oh, I sold something for 66 coin. Cool. Don't know what it was, but... Oh, I only need 1. I'm low in water, though, so I'm going to grab some more, throw that into my storage, just so I don't need to worry about it later. And what do I need to craft that armor thing? So it's one of those. So I need 12 rawhide and 18 fibers. Fibers. This is the kind of stuff that I'm okay spending money on, because it's not too expensive. I'm going to make back pretty much all the money I just spent by actually crafting this item, and it gives me a decent amount of armoring skill, so... Win-win.
My blade, my life.
I always check that to see if I can get something for Amrine. I have 2 out of 3 missions for Amrine, trying to get a 3rd. I don't think it spawns, though. Alright, perfect. Oh, my dog's going crazy. Okay, so... can I do here? I'll take my star metal here, I'll also take my word wood. I'll take my charcoal, because I'm going to need that. I've needed silk quite a bit, and my layered leather. I've had to use that in a few crafts. Put less of water. Yeah, that's about it. I shouldn't need anything else. Looks good. Now, before I leave, I'll refine my coarse leather, my iron, and shit. What do I need to do for that? So I need 10 silver bars. Okay, here. Trying to do the mental math. I think I have the amounts wrong, probably. But, oh, this is dirt cheap. Wow. Silver is down to... No, actually, I'm buying all this. Silver's normally somewhere in this range, like 0.14. If I can power level all that stuff, fuck yeah. I'll buy all that silver. Alexa, do not disturb. Thank you. I love how when I turn do not disturb mode on for Alexa, it says, I won't disturb you. And then it makes like a loud beeping noise. Like, oh, thank you. Yeah, that really helps. That's not disturbing at all. Amazing. I enabled do not disturb. Why is this thing still talking? Technology is frustrating. Alright, 327 silver. Now, to get all of this, time to bust out the calculator. I can't do this mental math. Alright. 380 divided by 2. 190 times 5 minus 53. 897. Oh, we ordered food. Where is it from? Ah, cool. What? I did. I just haven't finished it yet. Thank you. Okay, gold ore is usually down to 1 coin. Oh yeah, easy. So 897. Let's see if I did the math correctly. And here, while I do crafting, I'm going to mute my mic and eat. Seems like a perfect time. Okay, I was really worried I bought the wrong amount of gold ore, but no, I nailed it right on the money, so I'm happy about that. Alright, this should be good. I'm still eating, so I'm still going to mute my mic intermittently, but I think I have everything that I want to craft here. I've actually done a pretty good job at emptying this. I can deposit my platinum. I'm not really using platinum in any crafts yet. That's more of like a jewel crafting thing. I haven't been focused on leveling that. Alright, I could probably head to Everfall now. And because we control the forts, oh, it's so cheap. I love this. It's like no Azoth at all. Ah, okay. Muting my mic again, finishing my food. I'm running low on good refining materials, at least in Everfall. At some point I should probably split them up between the two towns, because I do like a mix of crafting in both of them. Okay, I could craft this pretty easily. I need 7 poultry and 3 game meat. Huh. It's not too bad. Poultry. Ooh. I need 4 poultry. Now I'll check to see what else I can craft over this way. I forget exactly what I have stored in Everfall. Decent amount of stuff. I do like how alive this town feels because, like, everybody goes here. It does feel like the hub of this server, at least. And it's nice. It feels really good because of that. Alright, let me check these refining stations. And I think before I leave, I'm going to try to craft hopefully a few, yeah, star metal arrows. Okay, I can make 4 sets of these. It's not too bad. Engineering is the crafting profession I want to max the fastest, because if I max engineering, that means I get better tools, and better tools means I can harvest stuff faster, and that means that I'll be able to max everything else even faster. So, as far as trade skills go, this is the one that I'm prioritizing. What are the other ones? Yeah, cooking, I guess that one too. But cooking is also the easiest one to level. So, yeah, I need to get my mining up to 175, and same with my logging, but that's going to be a bit grindier. I can take some gunpowder off. I should probably do that. So my orders... Yeah. I have way too much gunpowder because I basically power leveled my engineering up to where it's at now by using shit tons of gunpowder. And the end result is that I just can't store it anywhere. So what I've been doing is just throwing my gunpowder... Wait, what? How did I overcap my storage? Yeah, I don't know how I managed that, but either way. Weird. Anyway. What I've been doing to save space is basically any time that I don't need to craft stuff with gunpowder, I throw it up in the trading post. It costs like nothing. It's like 2 coin to throw like the entire stack of like 2,000 gunpowder onto the TP. And then when I need it, I just take it down. So it's like basically renting storage for 2,000 gunpowder, which I think is, you know, it's worth it. Ooh, I could get better tools. I mean, I have these tools, but I could get potentially a better roll on them. Ah, but it would cost me Azoth to really guarantee it. It's not worth it. Could craft more gunpowder. Yeah, might as well. Now, Star Metal Cartridge. Well, I could craft a lot of these. Yeah, definitely. That encumbered me, though. Ooh. That shit's heavy. Damn. And it barely uses any gunpowder. Like, you craft so much gunpowder and consume, like, none of it. No wonder it's dirt cheap. Yeah. Do I have any star metal ore on me? Nah, not enough to make it worth it. I'm fine with carrying this amount of shells on me. Here, let me swap this around. I don't need to carry the full thing. I can make it to my storage, I can deposit a little bit, and then I'll throw the rest of my gunpowder back on the trading post. Hopefully I've cleared out barely anything. I'll carry like my steel and my raw ingredients around with me. So any raw materials, except ironhide, because it's so easy to get ironhide. Fur, infused fur. I'll hold on to like all my top end ingredients. I can put that there. And this stuff I can save. Do I really need to? Yeah, screw it. I'll just keep this stuff in case I get like gold and I need to refine it. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Charcoal, I can always get more. And then... I think I just don't have enough space. I'm gonna have to waddle my way up to the trading post. Gunpowder's just too strong. I can hold some of this for now. No. Fuck it. I'm waddling. As I waddle, I'm gonna finish my food. I got that reference, Gamer Unknown. Actually, speaking of which, speaking of the duck song, so I've mentioned this before. I don't talk about it all the time, but I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this on stream. But my stepbrother is, or one of my stepbrothers, actually no, yeah, correction, my stepbrother, is a non-verbal, like autistic person. Once, like, not offensive, not in an offensive way, right? Like that's legitimately what he is, and he can't like communicate, so he has like a tablet that he uses to communicate a lot. So he's always using his tablet. And one thing that he really likes to do is listen to music. So a lot of times he'll just like be walking around with his tablet, like playing some song. And for the longest time, the duck song was like his thing. He always listened to the duck song. So there was a period of time where I think it was a good, I don't even know, like month or so, where every single day for hours on end, I listened to the duck song because he would just like walk around the house playing the duck song nonstop. So I have that song seared into my memory. I think this is everything I want to carry, though. Let me check, because I think I deposited some stuff. Oh, yeah. I deposited my weapons and armor. Alright. Should be good on the rest of the stuff. Yeah, I don't need to carry my gold ore with me. Should probably take my timber. I could take my lumber. Green wood. I could take the lodestone. Yeah, why not? I think this is good. Now, I am going to set out to Ebonscale. But because it would take me a very long time to actually get there myself, I'm gonna... Oh, I have a lot of stuff to hand in at Brightwood, that's right. Forgot about that. Okay, I'll head to Brightwood and I'll slowly journey down through Ebonscale. And while I handle turn-ins in Brightwood, I'm going to finally try to finish my food.
What's this?
I fucking hate this bug. That's happened to me like so many times.
What's this?
It's not a bad ring.
Worse than the one I have, but I'll keep it. Why not?
Duty calls me to Brightwood, where strength is truly tested. Duty calls me to Brightwood, where strength is truly tested. Duty calls me to Brightwood, where strength is truly tested.
Alright. My food is finally done. I still need to finish my coffee, though. Let's see here. I think... I have space in my bags to get to... I'll put the ring away. Like, I could carry all of this stuff to Ebonscale. I do have a lot of my crafting things at Ebonscale. Decisions. Fuck it. It's a tough call. Because on one hand, like, I could just run to Ebonscale like this, but I am going to be stopping by a lot of places on the way. I don't want to potentially have to throw stuff out. Okay. That's a decent amount of room, actually. Yeah, okay, fuck it. I'll risk it. Because I would like to transfer all this stuff to Ebonscale, but do I have enough, Can't get light rations that easily. At least not at this town. So I'm just gonna head up the hill here. I think there's gonna be some gold ore, but I'm gonna kind of pass that. Not really interested in gold ore. It's just way too easy to come by. I would actually say gold ore is probably the most easy to obtain material in the entire game. Or easy to obtain material in the game relative to how much you need it, right? Like, it's super easy to get green wood or, you know, aged wood, fibers, etc. But you need a ton of it. But gold ore, like, it's pretty common, and you just don't really need it nearly as much as you need the other stuff. In fact, I've found more gold ore than I found silver ore. Silver ore is unironically, like, harder to get, at least to the degree that you need it compared to gold. I do like this little wall skip. I feel like this is a pretty nice time save. I've been looking for little parkour shortcuts like that. And some of them are kind of weird, because sometimes you can find like a little parkour skip, but it's like it doesn't really save time in the long run. But I genuinely feel like for the amount of time that little skip takes compared to having to run all the way around, it probably does shave off like enough time to warrant it, which is nice. It's always fun finding a new skip like that. How do you hide your helmet? Good question. Let me show you in a second. Go here, right click, change skin, go down, and then hide headgear is like somewhere down at the bottom over here. Grab the star medal. I will say Brightwood is like, in terms of the general vibe, probably one of my favorite zones. Like visually it's not super special, but the vibe of Brightwood, like the haunted forest, this ambient music is so good. Like Eben Scale is good, but the music is probably like pretty mundane. I would say it's not as spectacular as I would have hoped for. For a very, like, you know, Asian-themed zone like that, they could have really, like, you know, hammed it up, put in some very, like, stereotypical, like, you know, Asian-sounding music. I think as long as it's not, like, too over the top, then it wouldn't be, like, racist or anything like that. I guess, how do you define racist in terms of music? But when I think, like, basically Chinese-themed zones, which is kind of like what Eben Scale is, it's like, you know, ancient China. I generally think there's this game that I played years ago. It's actually one of the first games that I've ever played. I think technically speaking, it's the second game that I ever remember playing. I played it when I was like 4 or 5 years old. It's Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. It's a really, really old game, and I actually recently bought it on Steam and played through it again. And it's surprisingly good for how long ago it came out. Like, it is aged really well. I would actually genuinely say if anybody's looking for like a fun single-player game to play through, it's kind of like basically an old version of Uncharted is kind of the best way I can describe it. But it is aged surprisingly well. It's just a really fun game, and the music in it is so good. Especially there's a the whole thing is about like finding this like, you know, ancient like Chinese tomb or something like that holds like secret power, you know, traditional Indiana Jones shit. And the parts of the game that take place in China, it has like this absolutely banger soundtrack, and I have that stuff on my playlist, and that's like what I think Eben Scale music should sound like. It's just, it's so good. But visually, Eben Scale's a really cool zone. Oh my god, I just made that jump. Fleshing is such a fun ability. You can do so much dumb shit with it. Whew! Can I climb up this? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Try to go across this way. I normally would swing by there. I've gotten those wordwood trees a lot before. But at this point, I just don't feel like wordwood trees are really worth going out of my way for. Because there are so many really easy wordwood farming spots. Like that place in Reekwater and the place in Eden Grove, you could just get wordwood so easily. In fact, the moment I turn off my stream, I'm gonna go do that. But I'm gonna be streaming for a little while longer, so I'm not gonna stop anytime soon. I think I'm gonna end the stream when I finish Dynasty. So in fact, let me ask my friends if they're ready. Because I'll be there soon, so I think by the time that they're able to be ready and get on. Let's see. All right. I'm ready whenever. How long would it take for y'all to be on? All right. I think there should be some star metal nodes. I have some silver ingots, so I'll take the gold ore just so I can refine these silver ingots down. But there's like tons of gold in this little area, and I'm probably not going to grab it all. Canceled my mining thing for some reason. Malachite. Wait, keep forgetting. Before I do this, how to equip that. Should have done that for the star metal too, but I forgot. Whoops. Coffee's done. Now we go. Yeah, and see, this is why I'm not like too concerned about a lot of the bugs in the game. Like some of the bugs are really bad, don't get me wrong, but to me, this is just fun. Like, I will always enjoy just running through the wilderness, finding some gold veins or star metal veins, mining them, and then, you know, doing a few quests, heading back to town, crafting all my stuff. Like, that's just fun for me. I would love to have raids and stuff, but I can enjoy this. I'm having a lot of fun with this. So, while I run around and mine golds and star metal, the bugs just don't really affect me. I should probably go in there. There's something in the cave that I usually grab. I feel like I've made this journey a lot of times, come to think of it. Wait, my inventory's almost full. I could operate with a slightly full inventory for a little while by using encumbrance potions. I have 79 of them. But I should probably clear out probably the golds. Yeah, the gold's like the least useful thing that I have. I would like to have at least like 200 golds, I think is enough, but yeah, like 600 gold is overkill. That's like completely worthless. Let's go 400. All right. It's still worth mining it just because the skill points I get from that, it's good to have. I hope this gives me Ironhide. Rawhide. Ah. Ironhide is like the most annoying thing to farm. Yeah, I need to wait for Berserk to come off cooldown, and then I can swap. Let me repair this. 78 coin. Yeah, whatever. That's what I get for dying. Nah. close is Hatchet to max level? Yeah, it's 17. Not far off. Lodestone. Nice. Ooh, nice. Wasn't sure if I could actually make that hop. That jump's going to be a little tricky. I could always circle around, but I kind of want to be able to make that jump. I could flesh A across, but... No, I can hop this. My friends responded. Ah. Okay, so it looks like they're busy. So I might try to pug Dynasty then. And then I can run with them tomorrow. I'll save my tuning orb just so that, you know, when we eventually do it. But I've seen a lot of people saying they need a tank for, like, Dynasty or something, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. Alright. Can grab this lodestone. That's going to be good for leveling up mining. I keep forgetting I don't have rapier. Huh. Let's see. If I want to try to solo those elites in Skysong Temple, I'm trying to think of what weapon combo I would need to use to do that. I think maybe if I kited and used like my bow and stuff like that, I could probably get a decent bit of damage on the guys in Skysong. Honestly, rapier hatchet and like brute forcing it might just be my best way to do that. I want to try to solo that. I'll see. Maybe if I'm lucky, somebody else will be there and I can find a group for it. But I definitely won't be able to use sword and shield to get through that. It's going to be too difficult. Any lodestone or star metal? No. No, I didn't actually see your message. Both of your messages just arrived at the same time. Sorry. Would I suggest somebody buy New Worlds? I was saying no to, I was looking for star metal. I was like, is there any star metal? And I said no to myself. I would say whether or not you buy New World depends on what your priorities are. I think that if you're buying New World, it's important to understand a lot of the problems that it currently has. It has a lot of bugs, and I think if you are buying New World for the PvP, right now that is actually not really a viable option. The PvP in New World currently is just kind of really broken due to exploits, and there is really no PvP in New World until you hit level 60. There was a lot of PvP while leveling, but because most people have hit max level, you're going to have a hard time actually finding anybody to have a fair fight with. So basically, if you're going into New World, I would only say get it if what your expectations are is a game like WoW Classic where you could kind of explore the world, level up your professions, and just kind of adventure and stuff like that. And if you like action-based combat and maybe the dungeons and stuff like that. I've been having a lot of fun with it with that approach. So if that's something that you're into, then definitely. But if you're a PvPer, then probably not. You like MMOs with a good community and fun loot? I mean, the loot system in New World is fairly standard. I wouldn't say it's bad. The only problem I would say with the loot right now is they have a lot of cool perks, but a lot of the perks are bugged and are not working properly, so that's a bit of a problem. They will have raids eventually. I obviously have no idea on the details. At the moment, they don't. The dungeons are pretty good, but they don't have raids, which admittedly for me was definitely a big turnoff, but I've still been having fun with it either way. But they have said it is something they plan on adding. So long term, that's something it will have. As for a community, I would say that entirely depends on your server. I've been told that some servers have really dead communities, and like my server personally has a really active community. So that's been really good, but that's not a universal thing. So I'm honestly not really sure where you would find that. Like, I wish I could tell you, oh, like, this is the best place to figure out, like, what the best servers are. I'm not sure. I just happened to pick the server that my friends were on. They were like, oh, yeah, this is a good server. And I played there. My server is Neno Kuni on the West Coast. It's not the biggest server, but it definitely has an active community. But depending on your region, I don't know where you would go about finding, like, what the biggest servers are. But it definitely, New World at its, like, when it's done right, like when it actually has people playing it, it has a pretty good community. It feels much more like WoW Classic in terms of community stuff because, you know, towns are controlled by the equivalent of guilds and they can set taxes and stuff like that. The market is entirely player driven. And you can basically go from town to town trying to find like better or worse prices. So if you want to sell something for a lot, maybe you want to go to like one of the frontier towns because like the prices there are kind of fucked. So you can basically sell something for way more than normal because if somebody really wants to buy a material and they're stranded out in the middle of nowhere, they have to buy it for like exorbitant prices because there's nothing else in the market. But then if you want to buy materials for cheap, you would want to travel to one of like the bigger cities that a lot of people have like gathered around, and there you'll find a lot of stuff for cheap. So in terms of community, I think the bigger servers do that well, but it's one of those things where if you're on a dead server, those strengths are going to become weaknesses because suddenly you're going to have a hard time doing anything because if there's no players to play with, suddenly all of these features are really problematic. But I think if you go in and you find a good server, you do your research, then you should probably have a lot of fun with it. Only thing that's thrown you off is the 3-button moves only. Does it not feel limited? It doesn't feel limited at all, in my opinion. It looks very simplistic, right? But the way that New World works is you have 2 weapons, and each weapon has a really detailed skill tree. So every single one of these passives modifies the way you play. And even if it seems really simplistic, even if like you only have these buttons, the way that you actually sequence them is much more complex than it appears. I'm not going to say it's like the most complicated thing in the world, right? If you're looking for something on par with like really complex World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy rotations, you're not going to find that here. But it's nowhere near as simplistic as some people are making it out to be. In total, you effectively have 6 abilities because you can swap between 2 weapons in combat. So I only have 1 ability on my hatchet, but that's because the way that I've built my hatchet is I have all of these passive abilities. So I can do light or heavy attacks with my hatchet, and I can also throw my hatchet. And by sequencing my attacks with my hatchet in different ways, I can basically empower my attacks. So there's different ways to build each weapon. It's way more complex than people make it out to be, and as somebody who loves min-maxing different stuff, I can tell you that I find it to be very fun. I think people way over-exaggerate, like the fact that, oh, you don't have any buttons. Really, you know, in World of Warcraft, a lot of times, you have tons of options, but how many times are you actually going to meaningfully use a lot of those different options? Like, I can tell you for most of the specs I play in World of Warcraft, I have one set talent build that I pick, and I don't, experiment with anything else because I know the best options and that's all I use. Here, there are lots of viable builds for every single weapon. Now, it's entirely possible that as things get more streamlined, we might get down to only a few different viable builds. There might be some talents that never get picked. But I would say it feels like everything is a lot more balanced here than in a game like World of Warcraft. So even though World of Warcraft combat may seem more complex, it ends up being very simplistic when you really get down to it. 3 abilities can be deceiving. And then when you factor in like animation canceling, dodge timing, and then some rotations even have it where like by dodging at the right time, you can actually get a damage increase. Like Spear requires you to weave your dodges into your damage rotation, which I think is really cool. So yeah, there's a lot of complexity to New World. 6 sounds decent, yeah. And it's not just 6 abilities, right? Like every single weapon has 6 ability choices. And then within that, you can mix and match your weapons. If you want to get really, really creative, you can actually swap weapons mid-combat. You have to wait until like, all your abilities are off cooldown, so you can't swap weapons while anything is still on cooldown. But let's say you really need to swap weapons in the middle of a boss fight. Like, let's say a boss has like an extended RP phase. Well, you could just use like auto attacks and stuff in the meantime. Don't use any of your abilities. And then when all of your cooldowns are back up, you swap weapons. And that is a perfectly viable thing that you can do. And then suddenly, now you have 3 different abilities that you can use. There's a lot of room for creativity in terms of New World combat. I just think people just get too hyper-focused on the number of abilities, rather than the impact that those abilities have. Weapon swapping sounds viable for going ranged and into melee? Yeah, exactly. So, if you're sitting out there with, like, a bow, and you're just, like, firing off shots with your bow, and then you know that you're going to need to be in melee in a little bit, then you can wait a little bit. You can just, like, fire off still arrows with your bow, but you can't use any of your special abilities with your bow. And then the moment all of your bow stuff is off cooldown, boom. Swap your bow out with a melee weapon, go into melee, and then suddenly you have 6 melee abilities. So you're absolutely correct on that. Yeah, there's a lot of creative stuff you can do. On the other hand, you don't like games with 20 skills? Yeah, for sure. There's like, I would say, a fine line, definitely, where it's like you have just enough skills to make a rotation like complicated, but not like overwhelming. And I honestly think that New World achieves that. It's maybe slightly on the low end, to be fair. But it's definitely not like overly simplistic. Like, I would say a game that I found to be a bit overly simplistic was Elder Scrolls Online. That is the MMO that... Ooh. I have not seen this elite before. Ow, shit. Okay. Okay, I need to use a potion. Come on, hit me again. All right. Whew. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Elder Scrolls Online. I felt like that had a bit too simplistic of a combat system, but this one definitely I feel like hits closer to like where the balance should be. You played ESO, you get 10 moves, but depending on going magic or stamina, all the classes tend to use all the same weapon abilities. Exactly. I don't hate the combat in ESO, but I do think that in terms of simplicity, it definitely does have a problem. That was kind of my biggest issue with it. It had like one viable rotation for everything when you really got down to it. Like when I looked into what the meta builds were, it was like, if you're a DPS, this is the meta build. If you're a healer, this is the meta build. Tanks, you run this. Very little room for creativity, and that I'm not a huge fan of. God, this guy hits hard. Alright. I got clipped by that. Okay, I can tunnel him for a little bit here. Nice. Lots of good shit in this courtyard. 4 chests? I didn't even notice this before attacking. That's nice. Gear sets, though, I thought were really interesting. People come up with some really creative ideas. I did hear that the gear in ESO is pretty cool. That, I will say, I did hear. But, I don't know. I dislike the idea that you would need to farm, like, a lot of very specific gear to be viable. I'll get rid of more lodestone. Like, this game, I think, has a lot of potential for having really creative gear sets with the perks. A lot of the perks allow you to do, like, pretty cool stuff, but they need to expand upon it a bit more, and they also need to make it so the perks actually work the way they're intended to, so until that happens, it's going to be a bit tricky. Oh, I got staggered by that, even though I didn't take damage. Weird. The gear is tradable. Oh, okay, that's actually good. It's been a while since I played ESO, so I forgot about that. Honestly, ESO's one of those games where, like, I don't like to shit-talk it too much because I do have a feeling that I probably was a bit too harsh to judge it early on. It's unfortunate because, like, I don't really know anybody who plays it. Like, when I got into Final Fantasy, I had people who played it. When I got into Guild Wars 2, I had people who played it. So it was much easier for me to, like, adjust to those games. And if there was something that, like, I didn't understand or I found frustrating, I would ask my friends, like, hey, how does this thing work? And they would explain it to me. But when I played ESO, I was the only one I knew who played it. So I was basically having to do all the research on my own. And I get the feeling that maybe some stuff I was, like, a bit too quick to criticize. So it does seem like a game that I would like to go back to at some point and, like, give a fair shot. But admittedly, I don't have the time for that, like, at this moment. Another game that I've always wanted to, like, go back to and, like, try out again is Star Wars The Old Republic. I know that game's kind of dead now, but, like, I really did like it when it first came out. And I feel like it could be interesting to see how it is now. ESO was rough at the start, I heard. I didn't play it right at the start, but I played it like about a year after launch. It was still a bit unpolished. I did hear that at launch it was really problematic, but it still was a bit iffy when I played it. But it is possible that, yeah, a lot of stuff has been fixed now, and maybe I would enjoy it a lot. I heard similar things about Guild Wars 2. Like, I remember when Guild Wars 2 came out, I had a lot of people tell me that, like, yeah, it used to be, like, not the best. And even, like, the people that I now, like, raid with in Guild Wars 2, or raided with before I stopped playing, but I'm still in the Discord with them, and we're going to be raiding again in the new expansion. But they were, like, long-time players. I only just recently started. And they were, like, really honest with me about the fact that, like, yeah, Guild Wars 2 used to be kind of a shit show. And nowadays, a lot of the problems that I think people had with it at launch have been fixed. So, that's good. You know, if ESO has a similar, like, recovery, that would be pretty cool to hear about. I think Final Fantasy showed a lot of companies that, like, if you do really make a commitment to improving your game and making it better, people will come back. So that's probably a big thing that inspired a lot of people. Guild Wars 2 looked great, but I never tried it. If you like ESO, and if you end up playing New World and enjoying New Worlds, you would probably like Guild Wars 2 as well. Guild Wars 2 is a combat that is very similar to both New World and Elder Scrolls Online. It's a bit more fleshed out, I would say. It's more complicated than both ESO and New Worlds. And I would say the systems in Guild Wars 2 are a little bit more complex, but I think they're fun. But overall, I think Guild Wars 2 is a great game. It's one of those things where it is definitely a hard MMO to get into, but I would put it in the same category as like New World and ESO, of games where a bit harder for the average player to really like get involved in, but if you really enjoy it, if that playstyle meshes with you, it's a fun game. And as for the story in New World, the story is not great, but the lore is good. So New World has a lot of really rich lore and stuff like that, but it doesn't have the best way of telling that lore. It's a bit disjointed in that sense. Okay. How am I going to do this? I need to take out the corrupted emissary first and foremost. In fact, let me, my attribute food. Okay. I have that buff, and now I can take this so I'm not encumbered. So it's sort of like a Dark Souls game in that sense, New World story. I've heard people describe the story as like similar to the way Dark Souls tells its story. I do think New World would benefit from more clear storytelling, though. And hopefully they approach it like that. But yes, I have not played a ton of Dark Souls. I've only barely dabbled in it. But people have told me that it feels a lot like Dark Souls. So I would imagine that, yes, that would probably answer your question. Okay, let me try this. Fuck. That hurts. Okay, so I need to dodge when she does that serpent thing. But as long as when she does ba-be-ba, I dodge, I should be fine. That hurt? Oh, I'm probably dead. I managed to avoid the damage from that. Okay. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. That's Defy Death. No, I can't live. It's just, yeah, that's the problem with this. Too many projectiles. If one of them was like melee focused and the other was ranged focused, this would be doable. But because they're both like super projectile heavy, it's just literally impossible to solo this. And they don't leash. Yeah, I can't solo that. Plain and simple. I'm alive, though. That's what's important. I did not want to take that durability hit. Can you not kite the melee into a holly? That's the problem. Neither one is melee. That's what I mean. Like, if they were both, if one was melee and one was ranged, I would kite the melee, then zip in, attack the ranged, and I'd be fine. They're both ranged mobs. So because their attack sequences don't line up, I effectively just can't dodge all of their attacks. Especially that dragon attack, because that dragon attack is really rough. Because it would have the beam component of it, which would stagger me, and then the dragon component, which would come after. So I would basically need to dodge both hits of that, and then I'm having to recharge my my stamina, and I don't have enough stamina to dodge every single like attack from the corrupted guy. That's like, you could two-man that. Like, if you have one person with a life staff, that's suddenly like a complete joke. But that is just impossible to solo because of the staggering aspect of it. Raposo, unfortunately, I don't know what language that is, but I don't understand what you're trying to say. I'm sorry. This may be a sin, but I didn't really like Final Fantasy and played it a few months ago, but it felt way too grindy. I wouldn't call it grindy. Like, first of all, there's nothing wrong with not liking Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV is... It's a hard MMO to get into for different reasons than a lot of the other ones. It's very, very story-driven. Oh, he's saying hello? Ah. Well, hello, Raposo. But yeah, if you're not like a huge fan of the story of Final Fantasy, it's tricky. Because the problem with, I would say, FF14, and I say this as somebody who loves FF14, and I mean, clearly FF14 is something that a lot of other people like too, right? So it's not like a universal issue that I think, you know, like everybody's going to have with it. And honestly, it's something that I don't even necessarily have a problem with, but I can look at it from like an objective standpoint. And I would say when I say this is like a problem that FF14 has, it's more a problem that other people have told me that they have with it. And it's like a problem that I've had in terms of getting other people to try the game. Some of them like it, some of them don't. It's the story. It's really just the story. It's the biggest problematic aspect of FF. Because if you like the story, and it's a good story, you'll enjoy FF14. The problem is, not everybody is going to like the story. It's a subjective thing. Some people are just not going to enjoy it. And other people, even if they do sometimes enjoy story in games, because it's an MMO, that's where it becomes problematic. Because an MMO is traditionally not something where you want to tell like a grand story. And I think that it's really cool that Final Fantasy has been able to do that. It's been able to, in many ways, effectively tell its story in an MMO. And I think it succeeds at doing that, but there are some inherent problems that come from doing that. And that is that it's a much bigger barrier to entry, because you could do one of two things. You could either have this really good story and then make it completely optional as to whether or not players engage with it. And the end result is that a lot of people are going to skip the story, never realize what they're actually missing, and will never actually engage with it. And in fact, here's the thing. You've never played an FF game before? That's not a problem. I can tell you for a fact that is not a barrier to entry for FF14, because I've never played a Final Fantasy game before. FF14 was my first ever Final Fantasy game, and I love it. So I don't really think that you need to actually have played any other FF games to like really truly enjoy it. At least that was not the case for me. Because Final Fantasy was never something that I was a huge fan of. I never played it before, and since playing FF14, I have not played a single other Final Fantasy game. I'm going to be honest, I'm just not really interested in it. I think, you know, it's an interesting concept for a franchise, having like all of these games that have similar like fantasy elements but tell a different story. But none of them have really sounded interesting to me except for FF14. So that's definitely not something you need to do. But the main issue with the story is, let's say they had made it so you could completely ignore the story and get to max level without like having to do it at all. Honestly, I probably would have done that. My first playthrough. Like, if I hadn't known how good the FF story was, I would 100% expect that I would just skip through the story, get to Endgame, try out the raids, and that would be it for me. And I would probably walk away saying that Final Fantasy is a pretty mediocre MMORPG. That would have been my take. But because I was forced to engage with the story, I kind of went in like begrudgingly like, yeah, whatever, fine. I'll try this story out. And suddenly, I'm like, hold on, I really like this. This is a really good story. And the more I played it, the more I became hooked on how good the story was. And eventually I'm like, well, shit, I'm glad I played the story because that was awesome. And imagine if they had given me the option to skip the story. I would have missed out on all of this really great content. And now, because I played through that story, I think that Final Fantasy is an amazing game. So it's a big risk having a story like that in an MMO. Because if people play through it and they love it, like me, it really elevates your enjoyment of the game. But if you have no interest in doing it, you're just going to get burnt out and quit. There are some pros to it, though. I think one of the biggest strengths that Final Fantasy has is because all of this story content is mandatory, if you follow along with the story, you will actually get to naturally experience every single bit, or for the most part, not every, but a lot of the old content in the game. So nothing that has existed in the history of Final Fantasy XIV is irrelevant. You're going to get to play through all of it. And I think that's really good. I think that's absolutely a strength of the game. And one of the other things that, people will complain about this, and I'm going to be honest, I think it's a good thing. Because it's so hard to hit max level in Final Fantasy, and I say so hard in terms of it requires you to work a lot to actually get there, the people who get to max level, generally speaking, are pretty good. You're not going to get the best players in the world, like 100% of the time. You're going to get some people, of course, that aren't amazing. But for the most part, I would say the endgame player base of FF14 is better than the endgame player base of most other MMOs. And that's because of how exclusive it is. It's so much harder to get to endgame in FF compared to a lot of other games. And what that means is that if you try to get into like a group or something like that for an endgame raid or something like that in Final Fantasy, you're going to be able to do fairly difficult content entirely in a pug because the average player is just so much better. So pugs in Final Fantasy are on average much better. I almost said much gooder. My brain is like short-circuiting now. But you get what I'm trying to say. There are weaknesses, of course, to FF being structured the way it is, but there's also a lot of strengths. And I think it's hard to say whether or not ultimately it was a good idea. But if anything, like the success of the game should hopefully speak about like it was a good design decision, right? Whether you like it or not. Because I know a lot of people will say, oh, FF isn't for them, and that's fine. But clearly, Square Enix did something right because FF is really good for a lot of people. It's just unfortunate. Now, that said, they have said that they're aware of the fact that it's a bit of a problem. There's like a barrier to entry for a lot of people. So after this expansion, they have said they're looking into ways to make it easier for people to like actually catch up, hit max level, etc. So it's entirely possible that like post Endwalker is going to be the perfect time to get into the game. Remains to be seen, but I believe that, they'll probably do a good job at that. I have a lot of faith in the Final Fantasy team. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Alright, I'm going to store some stuff, and then I'm going to head out to Dynasty. I saw somebody looking for a tank for Dynasty just earlier, but I'm not 100% ready to hop in just because there's still some things I need to get. I want to keep my refining reagents. I'm going to transport this to Windsward eventually. But this stuff I need to store. God, I have so much Ironhide. Holy fuck. I have too much Ironhide, honestly. Yeah, I can store all this. Should be good. And then I have a metric fuck ton of ammo, which I can put up for sale here. I feel like ammo is going to sell really well on Ebon Scale. Only 75. We'll see. This sells, it'll be nice. I'll put it up for, yeah, 3 days. Fuck it. The tax here on trade post stuff is a lot. What do I want to sell this for? I could really try to nickel and dime people by selling this for like 1 coin per, but that I think would be a bit too much. I don't think anybody would actually do that. Yeah, I'll do 0.7. Oh, no. 0.07. Or no, 0.7. Yeah. I could probably sell that a good bit. And then I'll put 1,000 up. And I'll save 1,000 more. And I'll list that in a different place. Maybe I'll list that in like Great Cleave. Actually, no, wait. There's no trading post in Great Cleave. Is there? Maybe there is. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know. All right. 3 days. Sure. I might lose money on that, but it's an experiment. I'm trying to see if it's cost effective to sell ammo in some like outer reaches areas, because I have a feeling that people are going to be more willing to just say fuck it and spend a bit more to refill their musket or bow like in these places than they would to like travel all the way back, but I guess we'll have to find out. All right, now I can head over to Dynasty. Territory standing, increase storage. So before I do this, I need to pick up this quest, which requires me to actually reach the dungeon entrance, and unfortunately it's really far. I could teleport. In fact, I'm going to do that. Save some time. I'll fast travel. It's going to be a decent bit of a run to get to the actual quest anyway. Alright. So I want to head down this mountain, cross these bridges, and then I'll be there. Cool. Never done Dynasty before, so it's going to be pretty interesting. What? What is that aggro range? Are you kidding me? In fact, my sword and shield is almost leveled up. I really wanted to level it up a bit more. I'll level it up to get Whirling Blade. Whirling Blade causes rend, excuse me. Don't have leadership yet. Tonight I really need to work on farming weapon skill. That's like such a high priority for me right now. What did I say? Weapon skill, and then I need to farm logging. Is another thing I said I was going to do. A 69. That's the funny number. This thing. And I need to wait until this is off cooldown. These goats give a surprising amount of weapon skill mastery, considering they do nothing and die. Okay, so I need to make my way down this mountain. I'll check for nodes while I'm at it. No star metal, no platinum. Oh! Alright. Goat's fighting back. And I only have 20 potions. Okay, that is actually another thing I need to do. I'll whisper this guy. Bye. I'll tank. Alright, well, perfect timing. Almost that dynasty. Oh, he invited me. Perfect. Now I just need to get there. Ooh. Okay. Oh, I'm close. This is really cool, though. This area is honestly pretty sick. The whole like castle aesthetic of Ebonscale is just I love it. I don't think another zone in this game uses like verticality this well. Imperial Palace. Oh, so is this like a level 60 elite area? Ow. I have to get through it if I want to get to the dungeon? Oh, fuck. Ow. Fuck. Oh, it's a level 55 elite area. God, this is a long walk. It looks like there's another elite over there. Just... Ow. Palace General. Alright. Hi. Nice. Whoa, that's a big dog. Almost there. 300 meters. Now the quest is over that way. This guy just linked Ancient Skull. I made it. Oh, recipe, nice. Yay! Okay, that took longer than 2 minutes. I didn't think it was going to be that long. Oof. Okay. When you get somewhere safe, you should spam C while sidestepping? Spam C while sidestepping. That's crouch, right? Can you elaborate on why it needs to be somewhere safe? Because I'll try it in here. But if it's like something that's going to get me killed. The Dynasty Shipyard. Alright. Oh, this guy dropped an epic. Cool. Whoa! That sounds like a cool name for a thing. Are there any chests in these side areas? So far, this is my favorite dungeon visually. It's the first outdoor dungeon, which is cool. Not near mobs, so you're not going to die from being distracted. Gotcha. Okay, this is a full melee group, so that's unfortunate. Oh, one of my gems sold. Why did my weapons just disappear? For some reason, part of my UI just got hidden. That's cool, game. Mob just full healed. Ow. Why are they not going on the mob's flank? Like, I'm intentionally trying to keep the mob facing this way, and they're just, like, not turning and attacking from behind. Like, for no reason. Come on. Okay, got aggro on that. Ooh! Star Metal cartridge sold at Brightwood. Alright, well that's actually a lot of money. Come on, man. Does this other guy have a shield? Is he taunting off me? I feel like he is, but I can't prove it. Crouch sidestep is your new way to travel? Oh boy. Okay. And that's why Hatchet Throw is nuts. Just rounding up massive groups of mobs. So good. Alright, come on. Where are they? Oh, reverse stab is nuts. Yeah, this reverse stab build is so strong. It's actually a little bit too strong. Okay, I definitely taunted that guy. And this guy 100% taunted him back. Because there's no other way that I lost aggro there. Okay. Nice. That guy did like a fancy little trick. What did he drop? Dynasty Shackles, alright. I do want to check for chests. Like, oh yeah, there's a page over here. And no chests that way. It definitely feels like they would hide a chest out there, though. There has to be a chest around here somewhere. Oh, and there's loot. These people do not like loot. They're going full steam ahead, like, you know, fuck getting any loot. Just, plow ahead. Alright, I'll pull shit. There we go. Okay. I'm guessing there's a boss room ahead. There's a respawn point, and this looks like it should be a boss arena. Yeah, this has to be a boss fight, right? Yep. Defeat Commander Chen and the Maidens. Alright. Ready? Oh, whoa, okay. See, I'm trying to see if everybody's ready. These guys are like, fuck that! Oh, this guy gives off massive Thorpe energy. Yeah, maybe next time we wait to see if everybody's ready first and let the tank pull. I think that would have probably helped a little bit. What are they doing? I don't understand why all of them just kind of kited around the rock. I do not understand this group at all. Like, we got a healer pulling. They're just... They go in, like, all confident. And then when I try to kite, they're just having none of it. Alright, Commander Chen. Nobody's rezzing that guy, even though they probably should. Why are they not rezzing that guy? Come on, Commander Chen. No, don't stand in front of me. Come on. This way. Gotta face tank that a little bit. How did that reverse stab go through both of them? That felt a little bit bullshit. Not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, he broke his block. Ooh, I timed that perfectly. Jabba is about to take it to the face. And miraculously, they didn't get hit. Okay. Oh! Nice. Woo! Yo! The rapier! Oh! That's so good! Oh! That's actually crazy. Wait, I got it. Oh. I think that might be genuinely better than my current rapier. I would need to put a carnelian gem in it, but it's good. It's really good. I also forgot to swap to rapier for that boss. Oh well. Worked out. It would have been much easier if they didn't, like, just pull early. Like, the early pull really fucked me, because I wasn't able to get aggro on all three of them. Like, if I had been able to run in, it would have been so much easier. I want to practice that boss fight a little bit more. I feel like it almost seems like the way you're going to want to do that is have the tank hold one of the casters and the boss, and then have basically a DPS off tank the like one of the other casters, and then here Oh, they said chest? Oh. See, the reverse stab cooldown reduction talent says sword cooldowns, and I thought it would only affect sword abilities, but affects Defiant Stance too. That's why it's so good, yeah. No, that is why that build works so well. It's harder to use on boss fights. Like, on AoE, it's not 100% reliable, but you might have noticed me get it, like, once or twice. That's a luck item. I'll keep that. Mining luck. It's worse than the one I have. Yeah, so you might have noticed that on one of those AoE pulls, my reverse stab hit 4 targets, and I immediately refreshed the cooldown on Defiant Stance. So if you get really lucky in AoE, this build is crazy. I definitely think Sword and Shield is really, really good. Lieutenant Ballin, come on. Against these guys, by the way, spam heavy attacks. Because if you notice there, the moment he shielded, boom, shield break. Heavy attacks, especially hatchet heavies, shatter shields on these guys especially. So I was able to shatter his shield 2 times in a row, and that just fucked him. Nice. Anything down these docks? Right there. Hit 4. Defiant Stance back up. Reverse stab. Ah! So good. Oh, now I know what it is. If an auction sells, it fucks you over. So if one of your auctions sells, it fucks your UI. That's good to know, I guess. Okay, when they all get close, Berserk. And, like, remember when I said that almost every single dungeon you do, there's going to be a Great Axe user? Like, what did I say? We have a Great Axe DPS with Gravity Well. Is there a chest over here? It's worth checking. Nah. I don't see anything at the end of those docks. But yeah, sword is nutty. Like, I used sword a lot less than I normally should have while leveling up. But that's not because I didn't think it was good. It's because I knew it was good. It's one of those things where while leveling, I wanted to try other things. I wanted to see what else I could make work. And by doing that, I managed to stumble upon Rapier. Like, I found a Rapier build that I think is really, really powerful. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if I hadn't leveled while using Rapier. Getting that Rapier off the boss was actually just a nut drop, though. That's so good. Like, that was literally the best drop I could have gotten from this dungeon. I still can't believe that happened. I'm gonna need to re-gem it, though, because the gem it currently has is pretty terrible, but... it's still so good. Okay. Reverse stab, hit multiple targets, Defiant Stance. Whirling Blade. Reverse stab. And not the best, but works. Alright. I hit most mobs there. Somehow that reverse stab didn't hit much, even though I was like in the middle of all those mobs. Unlucky. Ooh, that's a purple. Yeah, that shield break. Really good. Anything good this way? Nah. Oh, that guy's pinging. Ah, there's a chest! I knew there'd be a secret chest down one of these paths eventually. So far, this is 100% my favorite dungeon. This is so fucking cool. Okay. Go, 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 go. I should probably wait and sort my inventory later, but I'm so OCD about keeping my inventory clean. Ooh. Okay, this looks like a boss fight. This has to be a boss fight. Right? Isabella, ooh.
You should have known better than to come here. Fortunately, I have minions to deal with whatever flotsam washes in. Watch me, I'm there!
I will say, positioning mobs as a tank in this game is really difficult. Like, Isabella does not want to move. She doesn't seem like I forgot to swap to Rapier again! I knew I was forgetting something. I need to remember. Come on, in Barstow, please get behind me. Okay, Isabella hits pretty light.
The honor of dying at my
She
hand.
really likes teleporting around, though.
I keep them hungry for just such an occasion.
Okay, so I'm gonna need to grab aggro on these guys, huh? How did that taunt not work? Okay. What? I was expecting some heal in the middle of all of that. I don't know where my life staff healing was. Okay, come on. Let's go grab this guy. And that guy immediately is aggro again. Please heal me. Oh, come on, man! He missed all of his heals! Every single fucking one of them! Like, he threw his sacred ground under the boss. Fucking hell. Do you think one with the shield would be any good, or is it just not worth it? Where? Weapon mastery, one with the shields. One with the shields. Not worth it. Probably not worth it. Maybe. Depends. I would say that would be like your last priority. You know, if you can't get any, then whatever. Please just take one. I could take both if this guy actually was able to land a single heal, but okay, I'll take one. Sure. I'm not gonna say please hit with life staff, but
You should have
whatever.
known better than to come here. Fortunately, I have minions to deal with whatever flotsam washes in. Worship me and despair!
And Jabadia doesn't know about attacking from the flank, apparently.
The world. I will not be denied.
Oh, lag. Okay. Alright, I'll grab this one. This guy should be able to use context clues. Oh, that's the end of the fight? That's it? Holy shit! That is crazy good! What the fuck? How am I getting so lucky this dungeon? Oh my god! That's like a ridiculously good earring. And the rapier I got is like fucking broken. And I just got like a trash drop musket. Okay, well, yep. That's nuts. What? Where are they going? Oh, is there a chest over there? Why is he auto-attacking through the doorway where the mob is not? Okay, there is a chest in here. Let's see. This is like the worst place to fight him, though, because of how claustrophobic this place is. Is there anything in this house? I kind of want to check it, because I feel like that's the perfect place they'd hide a chest. So I'm gonna go check this house. There's no chest in here. Fuck me. Well, someone had to check for science. Oh my god, stop body blocking me. For the love of God. I love how I grabbed these mobs and was gonna kite them out into the courtyard, and then these guys were just like, nope, let's just zerg onto the stairs and fight them in this really tight place. That totally makes sense. Thank you, everybody. Does anybody need that boss? Which boss? God. Summoner Guang? Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna pull him. I don't know if I need him, but I'm not gonna risk it. Nice. Fire staff sold at Windsword. What? What is that angle? Alright. I got nothing off that. That was worth it. Where? Oh, is he mining like orichalcum or something? Alright. If I form any more dungeon groups, I am making sure there is a ranged DPS, because this is so fucking cancer. I think one of my friends is a ranged DPS though, so if I do Dynasty with them tomorrow. Oh yeah, we went through here. Okay, so it's this way. I do like this music. Yeah, this guy's typing something. Anyone not know this fight? Explain. Yeah, like if he wants to explain how to do the fight, you can just go ahead. Okay, there's 2 phases. That's all he's gotten out so far. Okay, first it'll be here and her AoE attacks. Follow the pink outlines. Do not be in them to dodge them. Okay, that's obvious. Dodge the pink AoE circles. There'll be a wave attack. Dodge into the wave. I wonder if I can block it. I'll try to dodge into it, but I would imagine I could block something like that. While he talks, let me check out my loot. Okay, don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah, so this is Enchanted Refreshing. This has 24 dex. And my current rapier, which, ooh, yeah, I should equip my current rapier. Right, this has, yeah, it doesn't even have full dex. And all it has is Hated and Chain Lightning. So the rapier I just got, it's a slight damage decrease. Is it like, I'll have to swap the gem out and see, because obviously having the void damage kind of sucks. But I think this might genuinely just be better. Ooh, that's good. Mining luck is nice. Yeah, this guy's saying, second wave she'll summon adds, ignore the totems. Place the totems at the end of the area to dodge the attack. I'm guessing the totems have some like physical presence. And then she does like a big AoE blast or something. Nice. Lots of stuff selling in Winsward. Okay, I already have a good chest luck thing there. Okay. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, somebody's just buying all of my stuff. Ow. Okay, I'm definitely blocking. Why is it not working? So that, once she does it, you just need to stay out. Okay. Okay, so these are the totems that guy talked about. The problem is, because all the, like, audio cues are in some random fucking language, she just goes, eh, ee, oh! You have no idea what they're actually supposed to be. Also, I don't know if I just don't have aggro? Oh, shit. Fuck me, man. That's rough. I don't know what our healer was fucking doing, though. Like, he for some reason had aggro. And then he just wasn't healing, was off in bumfuck nowhere, and then when at the moment I taunted, he just didn't fucking heal. Like, what are you doing? Okay, I guess I give up. I definitely taunted the boss, so somebody must have taunted before me. Yep, now all my armor's fucking damaged. Fucking wonderful. This is the best part about New Worlds. When you die and then every single piece of armor gets, like, ridiculously damaged and you have to spend a fortune repairing it. Definitely the best part. Come on, just die so we can try this again. Fucking hell. The best part about this is my stuff in my inventory is damaged, and I know people have said that, oh, it's fair so that you can't unequip your gear, but at the same time, it feels really bad when you run a dungeon and you get a piece of loot at the start, then by the time you get to the end of the dungeon, that piece of loot is already like half durability, just because you're inherently going to die at some points. It's just really annoying. Gonna do that. These are both BOE, so I can... Oh, this is BOP, so I can get rid of that. This is BOE and it's reinforced mining luck, so I'll keep that for my mining set. Why is this guy not dying? Come on. The fact that you can run in circles isn't impressive. It's just annoying. Ugh. I hate when people do shit like this. The problem with these weapons, right, is it's like, I'm never going to be able to sell this hatchet or this sword for more than like 10 coins. And it already costs me 6 coins to repair this shit. Like, this hat, yeah, I can repair it. These pants, 1 coin, sure. But, like, generally speaking, a hatchet at this gear score on my server goes for like 10 coins, roughly. Like, that's all well and good, but if I have to repair it and it costs 6 coins, at that point I'm making a 4 coin profit. It's just like, why bother? And that's assuming I don't need to repair it anymore after this. This guy is genuinely just wasting our time. Die so we can go again. Like, I was gonna sit here and wait for a little bit, but at this point, it's just genuinely annoying. It's like, okay, cool, so you can run around, do a little bit of damage to her, and then kite. But I'm not sitting here for 40 minutes while you try to solo her. Well, now I know what he was doing. He was trying to do shit like this, and that's why we all died. Because instead of actually doing the fight, he decided, alright, I'm just gonna grab aggro, run into bumfuck nowhere, and try to kite the boss. And then we all died because the boss did some weird shit because I didn't have threat. Come on, man. Ah, this is frustrating. Why are they cheering him on? We're all wasting our fucking time. This is really fucking annoying. Of course, I get into the one group where people are fucking trolling. Like, in theory, could he solo this? Sure. But the reality is he's just wasting everybody's time. Like, this is the type of shit that if you want to do this on your own, go for it. But don't fucking do this shit in a group. This is just so fucking shitty. Ah, alright. I guess we just sit here and wait. So how are you guys doing? Anything interesting going on in the lives of anybody in chat? Because I have fucking nothing to do here. It's good to know the AI is completely fucked on these bosses, though. So it's easier to just kite them around and chip away at them with damage than to just, you know, do anything the intended way. That's great. Remember when I said I liked this dungeon? Every second I sit here, that's starting to become less and less the case. I really don't get why she doesn't have, like, English audio cues or something. It's like... The audio cues are a surprisingly good way to, you know, figure out what the boss is going to cast in a lot of games like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, etc. In here, she just goes, ooh, ee, ah, and then it's like, you need to know if ooh, ee, ah, or ah, ee, ooh is the attack for whatever. Like, it's just, it's frustrating. Fucking hell, man. At least he's almost done. Can he just literally just tag her once and it's fucking over? Please. Jesus Christ, dude. Go fuck yourself. Wow, victory! That's cool. After waiting a fucking year for this guy to be done, like, stroking his fucking dick. Awesome. Well done. He just fucking ran in a circle! Oh my god, some people are really easily impressed. I mean, okay. No, if they had fun, whatever, but that was fucking annoying. Jesus fucking Christ. Did I finish all my quests here? Yeah, it looks like it. Alright, cool. Like, it's one thing to, you know, if everybody says, like, go ahead, solo it, get, like, your YouTube clip or whatever, fine, but that's fucking tedious. Oh well. Okay, so that quest is repeatable. Ooh. That's BOE. Nice. Alright, so I gotta hand this shit in. Yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't be so tilted about that, but it's like... I don't know, it's just frustrating, because I don't want to be sitting here, right? Like, I've got shit to do, and it would have been faster for him to just die and let us kill it again. But no. Gotta get your fucking highlight, right? I'll drop it. That's just annoying. I do really feel like there's so many bosses in this game, though, where the correct way to deal with it is just to, like, not even try. Okay, so that's the repeatable quest. Gotcha. Like, I could try to tank stuff, or I could just, like, basically kite the boss. I'm genuinely considering, like, is it viable to, like, run a ranged weapon for some bosses as a tank? Just because stuff like that, like, it's very clear that she has so many unavoidable AoEs, like, unless you dodge at the perfect time, which, unfortunately, the audio cues in this game are kind of scuffed, so you can't. Ooh, that's a big boy. Yeah, so unless you, like, perfectly time your dodges, you can't really reliably do that. I got a message on Discord. Where? Is this going to be another... Yeah, it's another Discord that I need to leave because people don't know how to use @everybody ping in moderation. Great. I'm just tilted now. Fuck. I know I shouldn't be, but that was frustrating. But yeah, like, bosses like that, I'm just like... The standard method of tanking doesn't work, because if everything staggers you, then you need to sit there and just block non-stop, and at that point, you might as well just taunt and kite. Because if the boss has, like, shit tons of unavoidable AoEs that you either block through or, like, dodge, you know, it's just a waste of time to try and do any melee damage. I don't like that design. Not a big fan. Okay, at this point, I'm basically just going to be running back, though. That's not the most enjoyable thing to watch. So, I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you all for showing up. At least I got Dynasty done. That was the main thing I wanted to do in this stream. I will be streaming once again tomorrow. Haven't decided entirely what I'm going to be doing. More New World for sure. But I'm probably going to try to do a lot of elite farming tomorrow because that's something I didn't get a chance to do today. And I would like to experiment with that, like do some portal farming, etc. But anyways, thank you all for coming, and I will catch you tomorrow.